What is up, creators? Welcome to the Friday live Q&A, the Helpcast that started because when the pandemic kicked off, everybody was having all kinds of technical issues, problems, concerns, complaints, more problems, concerns, complaints, and all the tech stuff was confusing in between. So we do this Friday live show every Friday at noon Central Standard Time to help you with your channel, your content, and understand your gear. So if you're new here, welcome to the stream. So today's Friday is just a Q&A, ask me anything, in addition to channel reviews, because it's been a minute since I've done some of those. So I figured, why not let it fly? Let's go ahead and jump into some of the content. Last week we celebrated the 1 million channel views on the channel, which is, it's up there, right? Like it's up there. And I feel some kind of way, like in a good way. Like I feel some kind of way about it because what that means is that it now puts me in a position to teach what I've learned, share what I've learned. I went into some tips last week on some of the things that I learned in mistakes that I made in getting there when it came to buying the gear, buying the wrong gear, being too cheap. And also something that was really cool that also came up that spurred an idea that I think I might want to drop this video tomorrow. And pure warning, the content on the channel is about to get disgustingly good. I'll put it to you that way. What I'm looking to do, and just full transparency, what I'm looking to do on the channel is increase it to about every 2 to 3 days is going to be a new video dropping. So there's a lot more coming, just simply because, and I've been playing around with this idea for a while, and that's just because one video a week is great. And I've been doing that for the last 5 years, and that's fantastic. However, with the more questions that come in, the more things I want to address, in addition to growing the channel more to be able to help reach more people, I believe that video is the best way to get your message, your vision of what it is that you're trying to do, wanting to do, or hoping to do out there. I believe video is the best way to do that. And so to help, that means I need to do more, and I'm open to the work. So, but there was a post that I did that I'm definitely considering going ahead and dropping in this video. So let's go here and you make sure. Nope, wrong scene. So that's not what I wanted. Yeah. Did I move things? Oh man, this is getting to me because I think I moved. Did I delete some of my scenes? Okay, okay, listen, when you do tutorial trainings, now having 2 channels it's a reason why I suggest people don't have 2 channels. And now I'm over the content over the Let's Get Live stuff. So doing that and working over that. And so I have those overlays in, and it's organized, but I'm just kind of like, it was out of orders. I'm like, that don't look right. So more on that also. Because more on that also. Let me get to this. Let me finish this train of thought. So this is a post that I put on the community tab that you can still check out. And there's posts that go into the stories. There's posts that go into that we're doing for shorts. I'm really just going to be diving all in when it comes to shorts. Doing a live chat today on Clubhouse. And so it's going to be an early release of the podcast. You'll get to listen to that if you want to, in addition to this post right here. And so this is one that I've shared that I made, and it's like I'll do these infographic style cards and things like that. And so this one was like the 5 dumb mistakes that I made my first year creating videos on YouTube. And an awesome comment down here. Let's go. There we go. So Supreme Gecko said, this is a must video. Cover each one before and after, showing how we can improve. And I love that idea. And so I'm definitely adding that to the list of things to go ahead and crank out, because I mean, just like to a quick cover of it. Like, one, I didn't spend enough time learning the exposure triangle to fix my video quality. And I literally was just having a conversation in Instagram and discussing how when somebody asks me a recommendation for a camera, my go-to is not necessarily just to tell them what I have or what I use or what I like. I'm always going to ask quantifying question like, what are you looking for? What are you trying to do? And a lot of times that answer is their phone. They don't need anything else. It's just a matter of if you want something else. But if you like kind of like, oh, I need to have this, it's like, no, you don't. You need lights and you need microphones. Not necessarily in that order. You need audio first, then the lighting, and then the video. Because if I sound like trash, or if I switch to the microphone on the freaking laptop, everybody would like, if the audio, what it was to this now, which is the built-in microphone on the computer, everybody has a problem with this, and y'all probably are freaking out, so let me switch back. Whereas with this, it sounds better, right? And so that audible experience can be exhausting if you're not careful. So I didn't learn the basics when it came to video, and I didn't learn the exposure triangle, which deals with lighting, which deals with the background blur and all the things that you want to have done. And so a lot of time we'll see those noisy, grainy videos that don't look great. The other thing was I bought cheap lights versus good lights. That in itself is a masterclass, okay? Number 3, I kept searching for the best cheap everything that ended up being a disaster kit of horrific proportions. Because if you don't know how to use anything and you're already getting budget-friendly stuff, then that sucks. And it definitely sucked when it came to my content, because it just did not work at all. The other thing was I kept buying whatever was recommended versus buying what based on what I needed for my environment. Like, I didn't know how to analyze my room. I didn't know how to do any of the things that you honestly should start learning. We think like it's buy a thing and then you just use the thing and then it just looks amazing. It don't work like that. Like, it's some knowledge and some learning and some real hours that you put into actually learning to be better. And yeah, it's always like a good basic baseline to start with, but it's like I just, you know, you see and you ask and you're like, well, what should I get here? What should I get there? What do you think there? What do you do? It's like you ask so much of other people's opinions of what you should do. You're not taking into an account of what you may actually need. And that's another critical reason why I say start with your phone, not because it's demeaning, but because it's powerful. If you start with your phone, then you will learn the things that you don't like. And so because I started with my phone as well, I know that from experience, but I also still made mistakes buying, you know, a camera and stuff like that when I was doing it. And then the 5th one was I recorded with my camera across the room with a shotgun microphone. It only takes a quick peek into my old videos to see the horror that, you know, is left on the page intentionally, because it's like, you know, I did the work. Daggone that, I did the work. See, and shout out to the people in with David Hunt in the chat. Good to see you, brother. Glad that you are here. No, we're not doing the Wheel of Wonder. I have to be very careful when I do the Wheel of Wonder on this channel, because we see the ugliness that human beings possess when it comes to hateration and cheating. Okay, so we are not doing the Wheel of Wonder. What's going on, Robert Brown? Aloha to you as well. Robert Brown saying, do you stream through OBS, StreamYard, etc.? And to that response is hell no. I use Ecamm Live, which now you're seeing the behind the scenes of how I run that. And so I have your comment here, and I could put this literally anywhere. I could put it over my eyes if I wanted to look like that guy from Star Trek. What was his name? Data? Was it Data? Or no, Data was the pale looking robot guy. What's the other guy's name? I like LeVar Burton played this guy. Was it? I don't know. But you Trekkies, help me out. But yeah, so that's we're using Ecamm Live, the incredible Ecamm Live. But yeah, so I can switch. And so like what I was doing before is up here from a tutorial video that I was doing on my other channel. And so this is why you saw or may have seen, depending on when you got here, this framing here specifically for this. And so yeah, this is using Ecamm Live, and then I have the other scene. So if we have two people come in, and this is part of our overlays pack that we sell for Ecamm Live. So yeah, that's why I was like, that's not supposed to be first. So I can rearrange this and put this underneath here. And then I have the order that's set for what I wanted. So there you go. So yeah, but I use Ecamm Live. All right. Let us see here. Do you use a Stream Deck? I do not. I'm considering getting one though. Simply just for trial, tutorial, test purposes. I don't personally feel like I need one, but I've been proven wrong about stuff like that before. Like, I don't need it. And then it's just like, but then I find the use in it and see the efficiencies that I could make once I test it and try it out. So I would have to test it and try it out. I've not seen me need one, but I'm willing to purchase one to see if I can increase efficiencies with my workflow. But I just don't like stuff on the desk like that. So I've actually been thinking about that. So I'm looking to get a Stream Deck to test it out. And I know they have the app on the phone, so that'll give me somewhat of a demonstration to test and try that out. So I'm definitely looking forward to picking up one soon. Said, I'm a photographer. I love the exposure triangle. And you know what? It's like you think photos, videos aren't quite the same or what have you, or it's like, oh, I'm getting in video. Let me go search for the video stuff. And then you realize like, why am I getting all this photography stuff? Once I found that unlock between like, it's the same stuff. Like, is it like, yeah, cousins, sisters, brothers, like what's the relation here? It's like, oh yeah, twins. Okay. That slight difference in from one twin to the other. And the series that really helped me out was Jared Polin, who has the channel. It's like, I don't know if he goes by his name or it's like Frono's Photo. I think he just goes by Jared Polin. I'm pretty sure he just goes by his name on his channel. But he had this series called 3 Shots or Less, where obviously he's a photographer and he would take photos where he wants to get the exposure right and what he's imagining that shot should look like in 3 pictures or less. And so going through that let me understand, which is just a free series that he has on YouTube, just a video playlist series. And that was dope. So that really, really helped me out. I always recommend people watch that if they're trying to learn. So that's dope, Robert. What's going on, James D. Buzzard? Good to see you, brother. Glad that you are here. Blind guy, his wife, their life. Your repetition of cheap is important to note. Don't work with cheap stuff because it's bringing us down if we're trying to level up. That's a very good point. Just simply because when you buy things that are too cheap, you also buy the problems that come with being cheap. So simply for you having to freaking figure out every little thing, it just really sucks. Like when you buy too cheaply, you also buy those problems that come with being cheap. And so when you get, and it's not to say there aren't budget friendly things out there. There's definitely budget friendly things that are high quality, but it's just the idea of, well, I could just get like the whole thing with the lights. Like I'm gonna make a reel. Y'all like the funny reels. I had an idea last night specifically in relation to this one. So I'm definitely making that. But it's just like how that all played out was bizarre. And I'm like, what was I even thinking? Like what was I really thinking? That works nowhere. Like get the best cheap bungee cord and see how well that works out for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get the best cheap parachute and let's see how well that works out. It's like, you know, it's got like a 45% success rate. It's like, wait, what? We jumping out the plane. What's too late? You can't order, Amazon don't deliver in the air. So it's like, it's too late. We got to jump out the plane now. And it's just like, yeah, that 40% hit the ground hard and equal hospital bills real good if you if you make it. And so it's the same thing when it comes to content creation and the gear that you invest in. And sometimes investing in the better gear is helpful because it solves problems that you otherwise wouldn't like it solves the problems. That's why it's a new and improved or updated kind of a version most of the time for most brands and, you know, whatever's. And so it's not just like, oh, they're trying to get your money. Some brands and some models, yes, but it's like, but if it's kind of like the reason why we all buy automatic cars versus manually shifting cars. It's like it was an improvement from the horse and buggy. And that's all that we kind of knew for a while. And then you have the automatic motor system. And now we're at a point now we can be electric. And so it's real automatic now, you know, versus it's like, that's why people are like, man, I look forward to the Tesla. I look forward to the whatever. And some people still do prefer the stick shift, but most of the cars that are sold are automatic because it's a newer, improved version that solved a lot of problems and pain points that people had driving, trying to do the things that they were doing in a car. Same thing with cameras. So if there's a newer and improved version, not that you have to get the latest and greatest, but it does mean you don't want to go too cheaply because there are problems that exist in that baseline that may be harmful to you. And sometimes when you're more educated in the craft or in the space, it's easier to kind of go that route and, you know what to fix, know what to look for, versus when you're new, you don't. And people are like, man, why does it look like crap? And I didn't spend, $3,000 on whatever. And it's like, well, it don't matter if it's the wrong kind of $3,000. Everybody blows money. That's what Las Vegas is for, so it's the what you get, the quality of the what's included in that price point for whatever it is that you invest in. What's going on, David? Saying hi, Dan. Thanks for your great tutorials. These really encouraged me to live broadcast and get going. Well, I appreciate that, Daniel. Just keep up the good work. Greetings from Geneva, Switzerland. Hey, nice. Well, welcome, Daniel. Appreciate the comment. Really, really do. I'm glad the content has been helpful for you. And welcome to the stream. Appreciate you, brother. What is going on, Indy Kills? Good to see you. Saying Dinah said it. Hateration. Saying good, so good to see you. It's been a minute. Oh, y'all talking. Y'all get on my nerves. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Saying, by the way, if you check my channel, you probably see lots of meme videos, but I'm grinding for good tech content right now. You know what? Sometimes it takes creating videos that are less desirable to you or different, maybe, to kind of spark that curiosity to kind of get you into the vein of content creation for the lane that you really want to be in. So that's a thing. That's a legit thing. So I feel you on that. So if you're maybe making videos that aren't something that you're like, I just need to put something out. I need to get something out to keep it going. One thing I learned from, y'all have heard me talk about this book religiously, How to Write Copy That Sells by Ray Edwards. I keep this book on my desk because I use it. So, but he says, like, there's no such thing as writer's block to an extent, but it's just like you can write something. If you're trying to write something, you're trying to create something, you can start something. It's like, well, I don't know what to write. Write your name, write today's date, write what you see, like just get the pen moving, and that will help you. So sometimes when it comes to video creation, it's the same thing. Just create. Like, we have shorts now. So shorts is super helpful. You have Instagram Reels, even if you don't have, whatever on YouTube side and stuff, you have Instagram Stories. So you can create, what can I do? What can I make? You have IGTV. So there, you have TikTok. There's a lot of things that you can create. Take 15 seconds. Like, if you've been finding it hard to make a video, take 15 seconds, pull out your phone and start making an Instagram story. Like, this is how fast this works. Go into Instagram, slide over to the right. All right, let me go right here. What's up, fam? We are live on YouTube right now, proving a point that you can just make a video by simply going live, or you can do an IG story just like this. Takes 15 seconds, get creating. Boom. Hit post. piece of content made, video made, 15 seconds. Even if you literally pee yourself, nobody saw it because it's from the waist up. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you have to make stuff that is like that just to get it out, get something out. So I get it. So make what you got to make and keep on making, right? So just keep on making. I also built my first PC 2 weeks ago. Nice. That's dope. I've always kind of wanted to dabble in that, but you know, some stuff you ain't for you. Like, okay, amen. It's like some things are just not for you. And I am okay with that. It is well with my soul. I think that was like I'm pretty sure that's a church song, but it is well with my soul. And that ain't just for me. So, all right, send this quick DM. Boom. All right, moving on. All right. Saying video is a fast series of moving pictures. Exactly. And that's the thing when it comes to like 30 frames per second. 30 frames is like 30 images. So anywhere you see frames, you can say image. 30 individual images per second. So that's why 60 frames per second, you can slow that down because you have more than 24. So when you slow down 24, you stretched it out to only a few photos. So that's why it's choppy, because it's jumping. Whereas when you have a lot more photos, it can go and get all of those micro precision marks of, you know, what's what. But yeah, so you think 30 frames per second, this is TV quality, 60 frames per second. You see some people like sports and stuff doing that, but you'll see some people on YouTube doing that. It's a preference at that point, but you can also do slow motion, 120 frames per second, and those and on higher is why you got. So if you can remember that, that's a good doc brought out. It's a great tip. So that's be helpful to you. Saying thank you, Diana. I have the Elgato Stream Deck. Yeah, I don't think that that's a bad piece of kit. It just depends on if you need it or want it or not. I've not needed it or wanted it, but I'm open to trying it to seeing if there's some things that I could do, but I doubt it. You know, I could see some things, but I already have Ecamm, and that's the thing. So for some people, I guess, depending on what you use, but I have Ecamm. I have everything like. And here's what I mean. So most people will turn stuff like this into buttons. Let me get rid of that interview mode. They'll turn stuff like this into buttons. So if they want to go and share their screen, then I click this button here and we're sharing the screen so that you can see what I was talking about before. And I'm ready to go back to just me on camera. Then I go back to just me. You got to create these anyway. If you're using like Ecamm or whatever, your scenes, and then your overlays include the contents within. But I'm like, I don't need a button. I already got a button there. I don't need another one. And if I wanted to, you know, like, so I don't know. I guess it just depends if you want a physical button to push versus a digital one, I guess. But I don't know. There's nothing about that really entices me. So I'm going to try the app version, because I think that's more or less going to answer my question of the what's what. Yeah, Robert saying the Fro knows photo. Yeah, I think he goes by like Jared Poland on his channel though, but either way, search either, you see the guy with the Fro. What's going on, SK's crappy, good to see you. Robert saying, yes, buy the right gear the first time if you are not on a budget constraint. As my dad says, never buy twice. Exactly. I mean, you know what? I think the whole thing about budget is budget. We say budget to stuff that we don't want to do. Like, I think that's the truth of the matter when it comes to budgeting. I do understand that there is a real thing of not having money to a certain level. I've lived through that as an adult and in varying stages of things that happened, like growing up in a large family. You know, it's like we were not a wealthy family, you know, so I understand getting lights cut off. I understand, you know, do your homework before the before the sun go down. You know, like I really do understand. And I understand as an adult, literally just like legit being like having nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like on some real stuff. So I understand that, but when you understand the unlock that happens when you really realize you can create money, like that's the thing, money's created. You can work at a job kind of a thing, and you do exchange the time for dollars kind of perspective. And that's true. And there's a lot of value that's created there, and there's purposes and reason for that. I get it. Not everybody's meant to be an entrepreneur, but even if you're not, there's always things that you can do that are more desirable to you, that make money easier for you to obtain. And the more that I got that unlocked mentally, the more that money stopped being a problem, and it just become like, you get, like, it makes sense now why you see certain people and like, you can make this and this now or whatever, and they just say it so loosely and just like it's easy as breathing, because they understand the concept that money can be created. So you may have a certain price point that you kind of don't want to go past for specific reasons. But one thing that I did, I can't tell you to do this to anybody to do this, but I can tell you that taking away from my bills, taking away from stuff that just was a legit expense is going to come every month. Your utility company does not give you a discount for your birthday. They don't give you a discount once every 10 years. So like, it's just a revolving door there. And so I'm like, well, y'all can wait, or we can go on a payment plan, or we can, whatever, it can get cut off. And so I went through different stages of that, growing to being full-time and stuff like that. And it was absolutely worth it, because it gets to the point you I mean, like, it's kind of sucks, because like, if you're gonna struggle anyway, at least be struggling in the achievement of something. So I feel like budget kind of like, though, is only a problem when it's something that you're not sure that you want to fully put your all into. And that's a recipe for, for not for success, but for failure, because you're half committing to something. Like, I don't want to go on a plane where a pilot is half committed to making this flight safe and successful. Like, I don't want a pilot that's half committed to I don't want a surgeon that's half there that day. Like, I don't, so like, if your passion and your purposeful work means that like you need to be fully committed. And it was a joke that said, it said, when you look at your breakfast plate, you have your eggs, you have bacon, and that's pretty much it. Like, let's say that's your toast, piece of toast or whatever. What's going on, kombucha? And it said, when you look at your breakfast plate, you have eggs, bacon, piece of toast. The chicken that provided the eggs, we appreciate this. You gave something of yourself, but the pig was committed to be the bacon on your plate. Like, he gave his life for your breakfast. He was committed that day. Whereas the chicken just contributed a little something, something. The pig that gave the bacon or the sausage, like, he gave his life for you to have those 2 slices in the breakfast menu. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a difference between full commitment and partially committed. So I love that joke, because it hits, you know what I'm saying? So, Kombucha saying, I walked in on the get the best cheap bungee cord. What y'all? No, I was just saying, like, you don't want to get the best cheap, like, just imagine, like, the best cheap bungee cord, best cheap parachute. What? You like, okay. Best cheap pilot, like, it's like some things is like, we need not go there, right? What's up? Is it Tiana? Correct me if I'm wrong, but good to see you. Saying, please tell me cam link that and lens that you're okay. I'm seeing this doc for the cam link. I'll just purchase the CalJIT teacher. I don't know if you're asking actual doc this in the chat, or if you're asking for a docking station. So, but I'm going to assume that you're asking a question in regards to the gear. So when it comes to the Elgato cam link, the Elgato cam link is the little, looks like a jump drive kind of a thing, connects your camera to your computer so it can be seen as a web camera like this. And if you're talking about like the CalDigit T3 Plus and all of that or whatever, you will have to ask Doc, because there is something by OWC, like the docking station, so you get more ports for your computer. So a little bit of a mix things happening there. But yeah, I would say repost the specifics of what you're trying to need for the CalDigit. Those are legit, but need more clarification there. What's up, Digging Canuck? Good to see you. Glad that you are here. What's going on, One Frog 9? Good to see you. Glad that you are here, or afternoon, depending on where you are. David saying he got the book. Awesome. Saying Canon has a sale for the 22 millimeter lens for $150. I'm guessing that's the f2 for the EFM. All right, cool. Doc said I peed a little bit. Nobody knows, but now we do. So, saying, what portable SSD drive do you recommend? I personally like the Samsung, the little mini. Mine's already hooked up, so I can't pull one out right now. But I like but I can go to Amazon and show you what that looks like. The T5s, they used to have the T3. They upgraded to the T5s, and now they have the T7s. And there is one also by SanDisk that I'm looking to check out that I really enjoy the form factor. And those are dope as well. So you can get those for, like, I would tell you this, 500 gigabytes and 1 terabyte is not enough. So do not even play yourself in that regard. So come over here. You will see that we have these are not the ones that you are looking for specifically. They're not bad. That's just a different something. What I'm talking about is this here. This is the new T7. I promise you 1 terabyte, which for those that don't know is 1,000 gigabytes. Seems like a lot of space. It is not. When you're doing regular and consistent video content, 1,000 gigabytes is nothing. And I'm not saying that like some elitist, whatever kind of person. It just is not enough. 2 terabytes is cool. So you can get these you got the T7s that you can get in 500 gigabytes, 1 terabyte, and 2 terabytes. And again, 1 terabyte is 1,000 gigabytes. So I would at least, 1 terabyte is easy to fill up. I mean, but it's a good start though. So, but if you can't or don't want to swing that, then I like these a lot. For my work and for my personal, I like those a ton. And then you also have the SanDisk SSD. Look at Amazon trying to help you spend more money. Go ahead on with your bad self. This right here, I like these two. Meanwhile, let me pull something else up here. So they have these. They also have the 500 gigabytes that are $84. No, that's just not enough. It's enough to frustrate you, and that's why. It's not that 500 gigabytes isn't going to help somewhere. It's just the idea that it's not like if you're trying to really store some stuff or edit off of this drive, so you're not like if you're trying to edit off your SSD, then I mean you at least need 1 terabyte base, 2 terabytes comfy. So I like these a lot. Doc has one, and he was just talking about it. And I was like, I need to pick one of these up. But I wanted, before I get off of here, cam links. The Elgato cam links are on sale right now. They usually run anywhere from like $120 to something else or another. And these are now $108, which usually you can find these for $99. So I just ordered the 4K. Believe it or not, I've been rocking the HD for like 4.5 to 5 years. Pretty sure it's closer to 5, but yeah. So they are legit, and that's why I don't really recommend these $20 joints, because I wouldn't put, like, I get it, nor should you put 4 years on a what's the name of anyway, but I have one. Let's not get it twisted. So this is what I'm talking about. These right here, which these I think should be the equivalent of backups, if you will. You know, should anything go wrong kind of perspective. I think those are fine as a backup. Should something go wrong or whatever, you in a pinch or whatever, but not my daily driver. And then they also change the color tint. So sometimes people complain, oh man, this camera looks awful. You are rocking a $15 capture card with no name whatever, no warranty, no nothing. And they all have color shift tints. And some people had theirs overheat. And you know what happens when electronics overheat? Sometimes you have issues with acidity and whatever build up and all kind of craziness. So, and they burn out. So, or blackout occasionally. So just not recommendable. But it's fine to grab you some and throw them in the back or something. And I love to use them for a tutorial. So if I'm, you know, doing something and I'm doing a tutorial on the A6600 or the ZV-1, like if you saw on Instagram, then you saw we did the unboxing for this Uline Z clip that came in. And so I think this is the bomb dot freaking com because I can just take it off. It sits there. It's super easy. And then it clicks in and then you can lock it just with a little slide and boom, the form factor is so much smaller than my other quick release thing diggy. Smaller footprint, less in the bag, less intrusive, just nice. Just nice. All right, let's go into the thingy here. Okay. I'm catching up. Y'all know I'm at least 80 days behind in the chat. So that's a thing. And let's go and catch up. Alrighty. Okay. I'm catching up. Okay, now I see I'm back to where I was Chris's comment. Okay, so say I've been making stories on YouTube and they get lots of views, like 30,000 altogether, and I've got like 100 stubs from stories. That's dope because like you got to think about YouTube stories, YouTube shorts, and stuff like that becoming a thing. Anytime a social media company has a new feature comes out, they're going to push the hell out of it because they want the exposure. They need to pressure cook this thing. And so anytime something new comes out, which is why you're finna see me go crazy on shorts, is especially here on YouTube, I'm gonna go back and get back into my Reels game because I just have like a stupid amount of just already pre-planned ideas. I can just sit down and record them. So I'm going to do that today. But yeah, it's just like when a new feature comes out on a social media platform, if you just go for it, more likely you'll get reached. I had the same thing happen with like Instagram Reels. They did really well. So that's definitely a thing. So it's not strange. It's actually, it's legit. Prima Q saying, I'm seeing some YouTube videos with the chat scrolling across the top of the screen in a tiny, teeny tiny font. There's a slanted white rectangle. What's that? What's with that? That is Stream. What is that? Streamlabs OBS has a plugin. So there are a lot of different stuff out there and things out there. So a lot of the integrations that we now have when it comes to live streaming in general actually came from the video game community and like the tech community that were like grilling through. And so a lot of people did use OBS because it was the best thing to kind of get the stylized look that you wanted and all the things. It would take some work to do it. And so Streamlabs OBS, which is like a better more user-friendly version of an OBS, which is open broadcast software. And so you would see this little rectangle thing is called a widget that you could use. And so if you click on explore widgets, then they should have some, but none are loading here. So alrighty then, let me go to the widgets page. Let's see, alert bot chat box. So yeah, you can stylize that a little bit or have a little icon or whatever in the thing. So that's why what you're saying, they are using integrations from Streamlabs OBS. It is available on Mac and PC if you want to check it out. And I know that they have a free version. I'm not sure if they ever moved to any kind of paid version, but it doesn't look like it. But yeah, so alert box. I know Doc does some of this sometimes in his stuff. Viewer count, and they'll have that. So yeah, you can get some of those stream elements and add those to your stream if you prefer. Hey Liz, good to see you. Shout out to Liz. Glad that you are here. Yeah, glad you're here, Liz. Good to see you. Saying, can I get on the list for your channel reviews? Thank you. Sure, because nobody's asked today, or asked yet today. Where we at? 41 minutes on the stream. We got time. All right, so let's go. What's your channel? Is it One Frog 9? One Frog 9. All right. Let's see if you come up in search. All right, let's take a look. See here. Hold on. All right, so yeah, you did come up in search. So let's go ahead and take a dive real quick. So we have a whole bunch of stuff here at the top with some channel art. It is contrasty, so you can see from the light and the dark. So it is something, so like, even though you got channel art here, is not to where you can't see it, but it is busy. It kind of looks like those word graphics where it's like, I don't know, it could be variations of live streaming. So it could be like cameras, computers, and they're all rotated in different things. So this is busy instead of being clear. So I get what you're trying to go for. You got Oddworld here, you got PUBG, you got Half-Life, all these different things where it's like when somebody's coming to your channel, they're trying to figure out what they want and what you do in service to what they want. And so if they don't know that and they can't clearly identify that, then they're going to bounce. You know, they may look at, you know, whatever, but you got to think they're making micro decisions in milliseconds. And so when they first come, they'll start seeing the video.
Frog on, everybody. Hope life is treating you right.
Nice audio.
I was searching for new and interesting things to show y'all, and well, I just heard about this.
So I'm curious how this would. I like that you took one of your would-be. You didn't put shorts in a thing, so probably put that. You can still put that as hashtag shorts. It'll come up on your shorts shelf also. But because you're under the time frame or whatever, and you got the chapters, which is dope. But I'm curious to see what that does for on a mobile system, because that could be dope if it expands out into a mobile. But even if it don't, then that's cool. You got your channel trailer there within a certain thing. If not, and it's really just specifically for the channel trailer, you're creative enough, I'm sure you could put something to kind of fill in the frames for that, or leave it alone. If they, because YouTube, I'm imagining, would make some changes when it comes to being able to put something like that on your as your channel trailer that's vertical, and so they're making some adoption. So you probably are okay, but you got something there. This little welcome mat. What are you offering? Stuff like that. Upcoming live streams, created playlists. I would probably move past live streams, upload. Like, I still don't know what you're doing or what you have to offer. So what I would do is switch the order of these, because this is going to start playing as soon as I come to the channel. So I'm listening whether I want to or not. I have to actively pause that. The cool thing is your audio is dope. So what I would do is rearrange stuff, because you got live streams scheduled out for a minute. That's fine. They will see that, especially if they subscribe and stuff like that. So I would move up the uploads up there, and then you can have the popular uploads thing. I would get rid of this part or whatever, because they're trying to figure out who you are. They don't really care about your friends or people that you rock with or other channels that's cool that you have. They're trying to see if they want to subscribe to this one. So based on your videos tab, you can go through the kind of videos that you're doing, which I would say work on your thumbnails, because I'm into the video game space a little bit, just from a watching perspective. And I get that you're doing the shorts and stuff like that, but when you post a short or a 30-minute clip or something like that, the cool thing that you can do is still put a thumbnail on it. So unless this is language that's specific to somebody that knows what this game is, everything on YouTube is revolving around search, the engine of how people search and how people watch and view content. So if it's not something that's in relation to that, then it's not gonna matter. They don't care. And so it says escape the farm. I get that, but there's nothing in the thumbnail that suggests, there's no clarity. So I would say definitely work on your thumbnail. So if we look at, that kind of reminds me of, what's it like? So that's Oddworld, I know, just from seeing the little thing. So if I type in up here, Oddworld video game, just to be safe, because I don't know what the hell might come up. Okay, like we see some more dynamic thumbnails that speak to the what's about to happen. Even if it's a 30, 60-second clip, which you really can do an awesome job if you just like do shorts, keep growing, go ahead and open up till you get stories, or if they change the threshold for that. But you have access to this now to do shorts. So I would start building that out since you're doing this vertical video content, and really start looking at making more dynamic thumbnails like this one, like right here. Like even if you just look at the font, it's easy to identify and easy to read the what it is. So, and then the higher resolution quality photo versus just a screen grab from whatever kind of a stuff. So even this right here, it's like they're doing a talk, but from the design, from the graphics, from the shape, from the Oddworld characters, what the gameplay is. So it's just like take that into consideration when you're going through looking at your content. You want to allude to the familiarity that is already in your space. Just like I could do the same thing with cooking videos. I love to just use this example because it's something that anybody can understand how to cook a steak. And if I just do in a cast iron skillet, because that's a variation of a question that somebody would want to know or ask. Okay, if I see that there's a steak in a cast iron skillet, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So most food pictures are accentuating the food because that's what they want. Most video games are accentuating the action or a character that's identifiable to those people, so they would know. So if you're into Call of Duty, we expect to see the battle armor, the certain specific rifles that you get unlocked or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and all of those different things. So allude to that familiarity when it comes to that kind of stuff. So can we talk about that camera? This is the Sony a6400 and a 35mm f1.8 lens with proper lighting and a good microphone. So that's what it is. How about financial constraints versus budget? I promise you, money is created. Not like we print it, but like money is created. Most of people's problems is not money related. It's mentality related, 100%. And I get it. It's hard. It's difficult to do. Most people's things is not really money related. It's mindset related. Poor behaviors when it comes to spending patterns, behaviors, or whatever, or traits that you picked up from whatever. Poor perspectives on how you think about money and how you treat your money, and what you say. Most people have a common saying of, no, I'm broke. I stopped saying that a long time ago, because when you have the sayings of a broke person, you also adopt the mentalities of a broke person. So if you are really looking at the numbers, you need to go through and do some work when it comes to like a legit financial constraint. A budget is to say I only want to spend a certain amount, even though I may have access to more, because maybe that money has a plan. So every dollar should have a job and a plan for where it's going before you receive it. Also, be looking at what's that revolving door income. You got phone bills and stuff like that. You have a phone, but are you really using it though? Are you maxing it out to its fullest potential possible? Or are you just chilling on it? So what can you turn into an investment? Sell some stuff and open up some cash flow and start creating it. Most people eat their seeds instead of planting the seeds, because planting seeds is harder than just eating the seed. So most people will take that micronutrition that comes from it versus like if they say, oh man, I'm trying to be a writer, I'm trying to sell books. You sell one book, you go to Applebee's. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not reinvesting in it. So a lot of people's problem, honestly, is like if you have, and here's the thing, you can have both. I had both. So when I actually had the financial constraint, I actually put myself on a budget and I minimized a lot of stuff to the point I called my parents and I'm like, can I eat over there for like a month or two? And so I just don't have to buy groceries. And like, they was like, okay, you can always come over here. It's no big deal. Thank you. I'm trying to do something. Like, I'm trying to work on something. That's $300, $400, $500 and it's just me. And I could just eat the delicious food that my mama cooked. I'm just saying, my daddy is a beast too. So I'm just like, I'm keeping it 100%. Okay. And so if it's just like sometimes it's getting into that humility state of when you need to ask for help and getting out of your comfort zones. And so for me, that meant canceling. I've never had cable, so I've always been the cord cutter person. So I ordered what used to be called Android TV sticks. I still have one that it was the original versions of what eventually would become the Fire Sticks, Amazon Fire Sticks, but it came out like in China first. $50, took a month to get here or whatever. And it was basically the same chip and processor system that would be in your phone, but you can now connect that via HDMI to your thing. So I'm like, I'm just going to watch stuff on YouTube. There's plenty of entertainment and education stuff on there. Anyway, I'm a nerd. Documentaries is what I watch for fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't need the History Channel to go watch the library of content that the History Channel just has on YouTube. Cancel all subscriptions. I start learning. I have a bunch of books that's on this shelf over here. That's just financial books. I got some books that the library never got back. I paid for them eventually, but with the fees. But, it's just something. It's like, I need this, And so, I rented books from the library. I had a schedule. Read this book, take notes, implement. Read this book, take notes, implement. Read this book, take note, implement. And so that helped me. First Steps to Wealth is a book that I absolutely recommend. And that helped me tremendously. So let's go here. Actually, we already got Amazon open, so I don't need to open a new tab. A lot of people, y'all see Dave Ramsey, but y'all ain't trying to hear Dave Ramsey. Everything that you want to achieve in life is accessible here. And I didn't even have something this good back in the day. So this book right here, First Steps to Wealth by Danny Johnson, talked about a lot of that stuff. And she gave this book away for free when she first wrote it. I'm all for the give your book away for free for marketing. Like, I will take that every day of the week. So this book, First Steps to Wealth, I picked this book up when she was offering it. I read it. I implemented. It helped me. Dave Ramsey, I read his book. I implemented. It helped me. So, and I just put those practices to work. Started building credit. And so I was like, well, crap, I already screwed it up from college. So now what do I do? Go get the books that talk about what happened after you screw your stuff up in college. And like, what I'm saying, like educating yourself. It's just work. And that's the secret recipe. Is one ingredient, work. It's not until you finish the pot of work on the stove that you can even get to the other stuff in the dish to make a meal. You know what I'm saying? So that's the recipe, work. And just, that's the thing. Most people just don't want to do it. And I get it, but it is what it is. Liz saying, yes, I can hear that in your voice. Saying literally manifest the money overnight to get the camera you sold me on, which was the incredible Sony ZV-1. We were talking about that. And so it's a legit, you have what you say, but where you also put your feet and your mind towards also. So we can all do work with our hands, but for a limited time only, so it's like, okay, I have to work because I'm here and like I'm in this thing. And now that I can get out of this work bubble, or to get out of this work bubble, or when I'm not here, what can I do? Most of y'all get on the phone, you complain, you whatever. Get rid of those friends. I promise you there's better people that you may not know now, but are so much better for you and so much better to you, even if the friends that you have aren't bad. They just may not be the friends that you need to help get you to the next level. And you may go through a season where you don't have a whole lot of friends. I'm okay with that. 99.98% of the time. And per 98 is a number. Okay. Like, just like I'm perfectly comfortable with that. But nobody's meant to do life alone. I get that. But you will have seasons where you do need to like figure out, like you're so busy talking to people and letting them talk to you and talk to you. Like, it was the first thing that I learned with the whole friendship thing is do not let people come and dump their trash in your brain or dump their emotions on you. And now you receive them and now you feel bad. I empathize with you. I'm not adopting your problems though. And that comes into play. And this is hard conversations this is stuff nobody really talks about. But you get calls about it's an emergency. For whom? It's not my emergency. Not that I can't be there for you, but sometimes people create emergencies because they're needy, they're attention hungry. You could be that friend for somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that we all don't go through seasons where we have things that happen or when you need somebody. That's a thing. It's just not all the time. And so when you see that those people exist for you, gently slide them away, because they're holding your thought process, your emotional process back from where you need to go. And they always will conflict with the who's trying to come in. You'll miss the people that you're supposed to connect with playing around with the people that you're supposed to leave behind. And nobody wants to be the friend that gets left behind, but those people exist. And it's okay. You can be cool with them or whatever, but sometimes you got to disconnect from them, because you also need to disassociate the mindsets that come with those kind of people. And they could be really nice, good people. It just don't mean that you're supposed to hang with them all the time and stuff. So your mindset deals with the money every day of the week. Digging Canuck saying easily agree. Easy as breathing. Saying you look you look cute on all the cameras, Liz, side part and all. You know, Liz has been crushing it on her channel. Shout out to Liz. So would you recommend getting a VPN, a virtual private network? If you have one, does it have a negative impact on Ecamm app? So Ecamm is running on your computer versus, like, you know, I get the live streaming aspect of whatever. Excuse me. You can have some of that stuff. And I mean, once you get into the game of streaming in general, you kind of learn what your processes and systems and stuff need to be and workflow looks like. But I've never seen where VPN is a problem. It's a good idea and it's a good thing to have, especially when you're out and about and all this and that, whatever. But nobody complains about that. So you're fine there. Saying my dad used to say that quote all the time, saying the pig is committed. Indeed he is. Saying moral of a story, Dinah said, don't be a pig. David, I have a feeling that there is a list of things that I've said and you just got hashtag Diana said. What's going on, the Cutting Edge TV? Good to see you. Saying I love that the chicken and pig illustration. I used that one in sermons before on commitment, 100%. Said money is energy, a currency that has to flow and it powers things, but it's not limited. But it's not a limiting factor for success. I love that. That's dope. What lens do you recommend for a blurry background for streaming? By the way, I have the A6400. Depends on the lens that you buy is going to be dependent on the space that you have. And if there is an actual depth to give you the blurry background, you have to have space. Sometimes people are up against the wall and there's no depth. Therefore, there's no blur, you know? So if you have some space that well, let's say this. Let's say you need this camera to be like right here, like where my arm is at, where my hand is at. That's where those Sigma 16 lenses come into play, because you can have it at close range and whatever is behind you gets blurry, but you still need space, a little bit of space. I'm using the 35 and I don't ever recommend people buy this lens, not because anything's wrong with it, but they just don't have the space sometimes, or most of the time. I have to have a few feet in front of me and a few feet behind me. Otherwise it would just be face autofocus all day. So if you're dealing with a little bit of space, the Sigma 16 is usually a universal lens that you can apply. If you want something kind of more like this, where you have a few feet in front of you, a few feet behind you, then you can get into like a 35 or 20 millimeter lens or something like that. Tamron has some good 20 f1.8 or f2. It's either it's something. Let me Amazon. I just look it up. So I think it's the Tamron 20 millimeter f2.8. Yep, f2.8, which won't give you as much black background blur, but yeah, it's not gonna give you as much, but if you need that focal length, then that's cool too. So that's one option for you, you know, depending on where you're trying to go spending wise. But the Sigma 16 is a universal lens that I think anybody can use for any application just about. So that's a good one to go for. Saying 24 watching, 11 thumbs up. Y'all hit that button. Appreciate it. Definitely hit the like button if you're enjoying the information that you're hearing. All right. Saying I still have a TB of Halo gameplay I still haven't touched. You got some space then to go into. You got some time. You got some time. Saying I hit the last 2 terabyte SanDisk Pro for my mobile video drive. Nice. Saying I took a screenshot of the teeny tiny top screen. If you're interested, it looks like it might be a chat. It is chat. So yeah. Prima saying we sell Magewell. Magewell is way better. As far as the capture cards, I mean, I can't say because I don't have like 30 of them to compare or something like that. Somebody that's a better reviewer when it comes to like if you're really trying to compare capture cards, in my opinion, would be Epos Box, EPOSVOX. He's dope, but yeah, it is what it is. So wide angle lens for that little Sony. That is in the, if you go to, I think it's, let me make sure my link is what I think it is. I think I did one for the ZV-1. Yep. If you go to diana.link/ZV1, diana.link/ZV1, then you will get the list of gear that I recommend specifically for the ZV-1 if you're trying to get certain stuff. But this is the wide angle lens. This comes today, and it might be here already, but we shall see. All right, so yeah, it's not here yet, but yeah, wide angle lens is coming, and so content coming on that. And I just got this, which is what you see on there. And this thing, Ulanzi is causing a problem over here in these streets. But yeah, this is what I recommend for stuff if you're trying to get bare bones. You're looking at this. If you plan a live stream, which I think maybe everybody is, but just so you can have the unlimited power option, or even if you're just doing videos that may be longer, or you just want to keep your camera plugged up, then this. And obviously the camera, everything else is kind of extra. So that is my recommendation if you are going to get started with the ZV-1. Alrighty. So what's your bandwidth on internet speeds for your connection? I don't remember. I don't know. Fast. I pay for like one of the fastest plans that they have. So it was like a gig internet. So 1 gigabyte or whatever it is. And I still need to get a better docking station thing or whatever, so that's not impacting it. But yeah, I pay for gig internet speeds. Saying the shorts official lady from YouTube was in Ladies Night on Clubhouse. Says, okay. I meant to hit you back, Liz. Let me publicly apologize for my offenses to the IG group chat. I saw it and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna reply, and then I didn't. And I apologize. So, found out why some shorts get in and some don't. Well, we will have to chat about that. Indeed. Lens is the 35mm f1.8, and I want a channel review too. All right, Dav. I feel like I've looked at your channel before, but we will take a look. And then we're at the hour mark, so I'm gonna keep this nice and short. All right, let's take a look. So you did come up in search. Let me close this out here. All right, so first order of business I always like to recommend is at least a channel trailer here, and then relevant stuff over there. It's kind of like a little bit of a welcome mat. And then saying eating disorder recovery, tech, and entrepreneurship. Kind of three very different things. If I'm coming for eating disorder recovery stuff, I'm probably not coming for the other two. If I'm looking for tech stuff, chances are I'm not coming for the, you know what I'm saying? Like, so very interesting approach. Not saying that it won't work or something like that, but I'm just saying it's very different. I would say make this more specific, more of your essence, your vibe into it and stuff like that. Because this is also like light, thin font, harder to see background kind of a deal. So just some tips on there, just kind of bring your essence into the thing. So Saying what you don't learn in school, uncomfortable conversations. Okay, it looks like a series. All right, so we got popular uploads and then recover with me. So I would say, let's see how many videos you actually have. Okay, so we got these. So, okay. So I like that you have some playlists kind of a stuff, but I would say think about what somebody that's looking for that kind of stuff, what are they searching for? So ED recovery vlog, that could be a playlist by itself, because if you're vlogging, and that's one thing that's different from maybe tips like this video here, saying 3 reasons to recover from, I would imagine, your eating disorder, what you need to know about ED recovery. I would put some images potentially of maybe food or something like that, or something that speaks to your tribe of women, or I would assume women based on like the vibe that it's giving off that is coming out, you know. Like I said, I would have a playlist that's a vlog, so people are knowing that they're going, like, here's where you can go watch and go through the journey with me. I would also take a look into spacing out the stuff that's tips. So it could be eating disorder recovery tips. And so if we look at stuff like eating disorder, then you have story. You got a vlog. That's your story. You're sharing it, you know what I'm saying, in real time as it's happening. So you have that. I don't know what multi-fandom is, but you have story through pictures. So eventually, probably one day you can take snippets, go after that, and have a video that's literally called that, where, so if you have footage, then you can show day 1 to day 1000, you know, and tell your story along the way. And those videos tend to do well as well. Even on social media, disorder TikToks to cope, that's very interesting, because that's probably an avenue that I would definitely say explore, especially with vertical video being a thing. So I would play with that for real on some shorts type of stuff for YouTube, and really get into that. I think that's something that could do well for you, just because, again, where vertical video is. But just when you look at, you know, if we do, make sure I have extra space in here, eating disorder tips for recovery, or tips for the holidays, you know, especially like you got Thanksgiving, you have 4th of July that is coming around, that different stuff that people universally more or less kind of celebrate, or at least know about. You know, it's temptations, because you think about summertime barbecue, you think about family gatherings, if possible, you think about whatever. So where are those triggers at? And those tips videos and things like that, and start creating videos around stuff like that. And so, I mean, you got your thumbnail gang going, you got that. I would just say flesh it out a little bit more, keep creating content. But here's the biggest problem though. It's been 6 months since you made a video, sis. And then before that, 9 months. And then you had another one somewhere there about, these were around the same time, and then 11 months. So if I felt like your content was going to help me, you haven't come back to help me. It's been 6 months and I'm sitting by myself trying to figure this out, and I was waiting for you. That's the pressure that being a content creator has, because we realize where we fit with people in their content and how we can really help them. And so when you have a story that's as powerful as yours, show up. Shorts is a great way to do that. That TikTok style form, where if you're not on TikTok, get there and start sharing it that way too. And just like really going, I think you got some stuff that you could really do some damage with in a good way. But keep showing up, because if it's been 6 months since the last video, it's hard to grow a channel that you're not posting to, you know? So that's my thoughts there. Saying, do my new channel, Mindfully Inspired. I am scared. Be afraid. Be deathly afraid. Let's take a look. All right, let's see. Liz. What do you say? Mindfully. It's right here on the screen. I'm like, what did she say it was? Mindfully Inspired. Is it just that, or is it like your name too? So here's what I see. I see your name. I'm guessing this is it. Like it actually goes by your name. That's why I put your name and the what you said here in the search, because the first one is always going to be, do you come up for your name? Like, are you actually showing up? So I can tell you right now, I love your thumbnails for what you're doing. Very vibrant, poppy, energy is just energetic, like in talking to you, and like the energy and the vibe that you give off. Like, is that, you got the one that you did with Doc Rock, so that's dope. That's the other thing with putting your name in search. So if I put my name in search, I'll not only see my own content, but I'll also see when I'm doing an interview or something on somebody else's channel, because they're going to put your name in search as well. So it helps when you have a name, put it in your tags and stuff like that, especially like yours is your channel name as well, but you know, it can do that. So let's take a look at the actual channel. All right, let's pause for the calls. What did I click on? The actual video. It's not what I was trying to do. All right, let me close this out the way. You have a channel trailer, so shout out to you. So you did at least put a video in that space that is, I would imagine, relevant to your audience. Saying YouTube and mindset. A little bit here with the framing. When it comes to this is fine with the video, but I would probably move this over a little bit more, just so this doesn't cut this off on desktop. It might be fine on mobile, but you want to look at it on your phone and then actually look at it on your computer too when you do this, and it's guides for it, but to kind of help you know what parameters that you're fitting within. But just so it's not cut off, I would probably just smidge that over just a little bit. Saying talking YouTube, things I learned growing a YouTube channel. Okay, thumbnails is dope. Thumbnails are really, really good. I mean, like very, very good. So I like those a lot. Be careful with the font here. Like, do this. I like it, but on mobile and stuff like that, it's harder to see, especially as Doc would say, us bespeckled folks. It's harder to see that sometimes when it comes to like fonts like that. It is kind of blending in a little bit. So even though this one is a lighter font here where it says happier, just be mindful of that at times. It's fine because it could kind of like be your brand, but that may mean making your image or in that spot where the font is, making that a little darker just so you can see and it pops a little bit better. But that's dope. I love you got your Clubhouse moderator tips and stuff like that going. So I think you're doing a fantastic job. You're following all the best practices when it comes to that. Make sure you put, okay, so I was going to say, I know you put short up here, but yeah, so I think that's dope. So I love what you're doing on your channel. Just like first impressions, very well done, following best practices. And let's take a sneak peek into the last video, which was an hour ago. So I want to do a short. Let's click on the video.
Setting up your YouTube channel step-by-step, day 3, how to pick the best channel name. Hey guys, I'm Liz, and if you're watching this, you are starting a YouTube channel. So first, Congratulations to you. I know.
Let's hit the like button, and then Liz gets the air horn. Bees Knees freaking Hall of Fame. The editing is dope. The audio, let's see here, where are we at here?
It can be really easy. If you haven't watched video 1 and 2 of this YouTube,
so I love the video, I don't love the audio, and just to pick something to work on is the audio, because if you listen, let me pause this stream zone that's going on here. All right.
YouTube channel step by step, you might want to go back and watch that, because I talk about finding your inspiration channels and then using those inspiration channels to
that's
find
your furnace
words that are really popular for the YouTube channel.
Furnace, air conditioner, whatever. So some of those ambient noises you kind of can't get away from, but you're strong enough in your content creation game to where you're doing exceptionally well for the videos that you're making. You're following best practices. You're doing all the things right, like legit. You're doing all the things right. So now we really want to focus in and just like add that extra bit of shine onto it and really just get some better audio, whether that's a lapel mic or something, even if it's a shotgun mic further away with room noise doesn't help. But I would definitely say go ahead and invest now into something audio wise. It could be a little lapel mic or something that clips on you, helps reject noise a little bit better because it's close to you. But don't let that slow down your production. I would just say, just like, let's start working on that now, because you're good enough in your flow that's just like, I'm finna show up, I'm finna create, and I'm finna do me. And I love that. So shout out to you. Way to go. Way to freaking go. All right. Saying we are the content managers for Outreach Ministries. They have 1.2 subscribers. When people type in their name, it doesn't show up. Any input as to why? Well, let's see what we what does come up. Was it Outreach Ministries? So your names and anything else, and I don't know which one these would be, but your name, just like anything else, is a searchable term. But much like weirdo random stuff like Sunday service 29368 kind of a deal, is this like nobody's searching for that. And so it's like, hey, you rank number one if you put that in the tags, because nobody is searching. You're the one out of one people, you know? So when it comes to your name, it's helpful to add that into the tags and stuff like that, so that you have a searchable factor and you can make the relation between your content, related content, and stuff like that. So we see evangelistic outreach ministries, dunamis outreach ministries, and that's about it. So even though it may not be highly searched or whatever, there's other people who have that in their name that's actually coming up. Now, if we go up here to the filters and we click on type for the channel, and I say just only show me channels with this name, then I'll see there's a ton of people. We got Miss Charlene up here. We got Souls Outreach Ministry, KHTL. We got Second Chance Outreach, Pastor Rashad McIntyre. It ain't probably Mac, is McIntyre. That's what I'm gonna say. So, so you have all these other people that also have outreach ministries, and their thing is a super generic kind of a name, meaning that a lot of people use it. So it's very generalized and probably overused. But even though all these people have that in their name, they are not showing up. There's literally saying that there's 1,600 searches per month for just outreach ministries. So if you're trying to rank for your name, you need to start using your name in your tags and stuff like that. And then also you have to think about, YouTube is smart. They can read what's on your thumbnail. The engines can read what's also in the videos. How often are you saying something, or even just for the captions to pull certain kinds of text. So when you say, hey, what's up, guys? It's Diana here. Welcome to the channel, this, that, or whatever. Okay, Diana, not Diane, not Deanne, not Dina, not it's Diana. So if your name is such and such or whatever, like, you more likely are introducing yourself on the videos anyway. But outreach ministries is not something that is going, like, you can rank for it or whatever and like make sure that you show up in search. But one is content production, two, and also just doing helpful things like adding your name. If you look for anything that I do, number one, first thing in there is just my name, because I want it as different as Gladney is for a last name. Not a lot of people have it. So I don't know what's going to come up when you search for that initially, like 5 years ago. But I do know today, you put Diana Gladney in here. If I just put my name, not Duaba. What do you know? Diana Gladney Canon M50. So if I look and I search my name, then I see my channel name comes up, which is why I always, even if when I called it Entree Woman TV specifically, I still made sure that my name was somewhere in there, and it would be Entree Woman TV with Diana Gladney. It used to be, because I still wanted my name to come up specifically. I wanted to make sure Diana Gladney shows up. So what comes up when you search my name? My content that has my name in the channel, in addition to the video I just posted yesterday about the Sony ZV-1 for video. I said top 3, but I think I did about 5 with the bonuses. So you have that on there with my terrible white balance from Vlogmas, and you have a ton of other stuff right? Even the older videos. She's coming up as related. Yep, people also watch this. This is, I was talking about earlier today, and I'm gonna wrap these comments up, how sometimes you just have to make something to get something out. This was that video. I did 2 of those or whatever. And I'm just like, I'm locked content wise. Like I can't think straight for what I think I want to make, or I don't know. Like I'm just frustrated. But I need to make something to get out of this rut. And I made that video. And I've actually had quite a few people tell me like in an email, or like I'll see them post a comment, because it's not something that's new, and they just be like, man, the video really, and I'm like, well, cool. Well, I'm glad for that. But I also see when somebody's searching my name, other options that come up, it's crazy that they put Diana Gladney YouTube, even though they're on YouTube, but that's interesting. So, but it could be Google also. Diana Gladney Canon M50. Let's see what comes up when you search that. Number one thing is the menu settings video. So even like they're searching my name, even though none of that has that in my name, my channel name does, and the tag does also. And it's 2 keywords combating. So it's my name plus the camera. So they saying when they type that in, I don't want to see nobody else stuff for this. I want to see this. So when it comes to like church locations and stuff like that as well, it could be a lot of elevation churches or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But if they want Elevation Church Atlanta, then make sure you put that designation like Elevation Church Atlanta, if that's a thing, in, you know what I'm saying, in the location for the tags at least, you know what I'm saying, or somewhere in the description or whatever, and your every video that you're posting, just make sure you're having that at least in there as a staple. It helps. It definitely helps. So say my channel is gaining subscribers very slowly when looking at it. What would you recommend to do to get it more attractive? Well, all right, so see, now we really dig into channel views now. I was like, oh, we'd be an hour. Okay, y'all prove me wrong every time. So let's say an hour 30. Let's put it through. Let's do that. All right, Daniel. And type your name. CHWENGER. All right, Daniel. We see your name came up in search here. Let's click.
Hi there and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm Daniel, a digital marketer.
Nice audio. All right, so let's see what happens. Clear image? No, nothing. I don't know. Just if I stop there. And you got to think, people are making these micro decisions in a millisecond. Not that people won't subscribe for this. Like, I don't know nobody that probably didn't subscribe because of a header, but it's just like, if you have it and it's an asset that you can use, let's just make it the best that we can. And then you don't have to worry about it. So like one and done kind of a deal. So it's like, I don't know if I'm gonna get camera tutorials. It's just your name on a channel, right? So it's not like cooking steaks online, you know what I'm saying, page or something. It's like, oh, we cook steaks and we teach you all the various ways and cuts or whatever. So that could be a channel. Like the channel name is descriptive of the whatever, but when it's your name, it's helpful for that instant clarity of the who are you helping with what specifically. So I don't know if this is a live streaming channel that helps you with tips around stuff. I don't know if I'm getting camera tips. I don't know if I'm getting microphone tips. I don't know what I'm getting, and you know what I'm saying, kind of a deal. So I would just add that clarity statement there. That's always helpful. So instant no real quick. This is very hard to read. Even on a desktop, this is very hard to read. So you know, even on mobile, it's even harder to read. So the blue is fine, but we need bigger, thicker font and not necessarily the whole title for the what's what. And if we're only doing streamed 1 hour things, that could be hard for people to digest. So, you know, you have to know if you're streaming content like that, it's not that you can't build it like that, but you got to understand they're having to commit to an hour for every video if they want to watch something. What can they just come in, get a quick fix for, a quick tip for, and bounce and move on to the next thing? Or even it could be your content and the next piece of content. So the other thing that we have here, it stops. We have uploads and then it's created playlist and then there's nothing. So I still don't know what you offer, what you're teaching or whatever. It's NGO Day Clubhouse, or like, I know nothing about nothing. It says the King of Drones. Like I don't understand what I'm going to get. I would have to click into all of that in the same way we do when we're looking through web pages. It's worse when it comes to YouTube videos. Like, we're not, like, we'll click, we'll look for a second and like, no, back. You hit the back button and you keep searching for that next thing. So you have a few videos here and you've been posting, but to who and for what is the question that we have to be able to answer. Who am I posting content for? Who am I creating this to reach? And again, for what purpose? To help them to do what? And so if we can't answer those questions, they can't answer them either, because they already know what their interest is and what they're looking for. They just don't know if you can help them. So if it's on, let's see here, how to fly a drone. Let's say I'm getting into drone videography, and that's what I want to search. And I want to start learning how to fly a drone. I go to D for Darius' channel, which I already know the answer to this one. He has a video on how to fly a drone, but when I click on his channel, I'm going to notice that he has a lot of stuff. Like, if I get rid of this that keeps popping up, on just filmmaking in general. This is helpful if I want to learn filmmaking. This is not helpful for me of just trying to be that drone person. So I may save it and come back to it later, but I'm bowing out. Carson Miller. Okay, he has a video on how to fly a drone. Let's see if, let's say I love this video and I go to his channel. Okay, he got a DJI mini Mavic or Magic, whatever the hell it's called. Mavic Mini unboxing. Let me pause that. So that's a check in the right direction, because I'm like, oh, another drone video. Drones, oh, drones in the title. Probably make that a little bit bigger, less contrasty, harder to read. Probably go with those darker blues so it's easier to read, but it's there nonetheless. Harder for me to read for sure. But yeah, drones. Oh, new video every week or whatever time I post. LOL. Like the humor. Looks like a cool kid or it's a cool dude. Cool. Come down. Oh, how to fly a quadcopter drone. An in-depth look at how to use this. I'm absolutely subscribing, because you know what my initial pain point was. I want to fly a drone. I want to get into the whatevers. I'm looking for something. The first video talked about filmmaking. Might be helpful. Not what I'm looking for right now. I'm out. Next person doing, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to this person. Okay, cool. Great. Freaking fantastic. He said, trigger word, drone. So if somebody can't say, I want to do the whatever, and even I, like when I look at my channel, I just type in my name again and go here. It's like you constantly have to be thinking about how you're addressing it. Somebody says they want to learn cameras or whatever, right? They're trying to figure out this video stuff. Okay, well, you see the live stream that's here today because I'm live, but new to creating videos, start here. Also up here, Video Simplified for busy entrepreneurs. Weekly videos, live streams every Friday at noon. Okay, camera, lens, camera. You know what I'm saying? Camera, lens, camera. Like, you know, it makes sense. Audio tips for creating videos, video recording and editing tips. Then I get to my recent uploads or the whatever. Want to use the Rodecaster Pro for video? Trigger word, like all of it, over and over and over again. All the things to make you say yes, not because I'm so great or fantastic or something, but because I want them to understand. I understand your pain point. Here is how I'm helping to meet that pain point or that need or that want or desire. So when somebody's asking the question, what would they be looking for, to where if they came across a video of yours searching for something, they find the one relevant video that you made and they say, nice, love everything about it. If Liz was doing this dope video tip about, or this dope tip about growing a channel, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, cool, I like her vibe. I like all this now or whatever. I'm going to click and see what else she got. And then it's a bunch of cooking videos. Too bad. Back button, keep searching. Faster than I can explain it, people are having that digestive process of content and how they're just saying yes or no to something. So you want to be giving all the triggers and things to fire off for people to say yes to you versus ignore you, because either your content is clickable or it's scroll pastable. Like this, it literally is chat. So hopefully that helps you out there. Saying, wow, humble and strategic with the family dinners. I feel you 100%. Saying Rich as by Amanda Francis. So let's see. I like that title name. All right. So here's the book. And I'm probably like 80 years behind in the chat, and that's cool. More money than you know what to do with for $14. We will add it to the cart. So that's the book that Liz is recommending. So definitely looking to add that, because I got some new books I definitely want to read. Saying do the work. 100%. 100%. Saying I tend to overhelp. I have stopped that somewhat. I'm curious in what regard. Could anyone else just listen to Diana all day? Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Good morning, good afternoon, good day. Good to see you, James. Said I could listen all day. Well, you can go and listen. If you want more of this, you can go and click on the Video Simplified podcast with this way. Video Simplified podcast. And there are 55 episodes, 56 that I'll be recording today when I do episode 56 over on Clubhouse today. So you can go there and get your fill for the low price of subscribe to the podcast, which is free. Oh, look, my bad, Doug, my bad. Appreciate the super chat, Doug. Thank you so much. $20. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. I really, really do. Alrighty. Okay, let me make sure I'm not. Okay, Fixed Point. Good to see you. Can you please do a channel review for me? Please. It'll cost you one moment while I type in your name. So I don't know why I thought I'd be an hour today, but it's fine. I'm here for it. Let's type in Fixed Point. Curious what that's about. I hope you're not killing people. It's like we sharpen knives for a living. If you're looking for, so this is what I was saying. Like, if we go here and I just type in Fixed Point, which is your channel name, then I don't know. Saying James Pruitt saying wrong channel. What channel was it? Saying just mindfully inspired. Well, which one was it? Y'all gotta tell me. You gotta throw it in chat. So, but yeah. At the same time though, Fixed Point while I'm here on this one. I don't know what your channel name is or if that's right or whatever. I'd have to go to filters, which nobody does this for the most part, for real. But I don't see the icon, kind of a deal. So you got to tell me your channel name, or here you go. You're down here, but you're not coming up in search. So we would need help with that in future. All right. So first and foremost,
in this video, I'm going to show you how to start.
Cause for the cause. So first and foremost, I love the banner art. It looks dope. Even though this is a thin font or what have you, and I get where these would come in for the buttons, but yeah, I like this vibe a whole lot. I like that you even blurred these parts of this so you could see that a whole lot better. Very well done there. It looks dope. It pops. It really does. So I like that a ton. You got your welcome mat video there. So that's dope. And then uploads, which first of all, thumbnail design looks amazing. Very clear, very straight to the point. How to start on YouTube now. How to get more views, more sales online now. Easiest way to sell digital downloads in 2021. Amazing. So I love the vibe here. Few pointers that I would point out here is that when you're looking at the kind of content that you are making, you have this one that could probably speak to like growing on YouTube. You have this one that talks about like specifically with income. However, we don't have any playlists. No playlists. Playlists help to give people and create bingeable content. That's why.
What's going on, my friends?
Hold on, let me pause. Audio's not bad either. So you which I can tell is kind of like maybe a shotgun microphone, room audio, not sound treated. I can tell, but that's fine. But you're doing a fantastic job for what you're doing, 1,000%. So kudos to you. But the thing is when again, that thing about if I found one of your videos or if I came across one of your videos in search and I want more of this, can I easily get there? Right? It's like if you go to a restaurant and you specifically want some of their incredible hamburgers on the menu, but the menu isn't segmented out to say, here's seafood, here's fried foods, like fried chicken wings or whatever, and here's the burger options. So that way you can only look at the section of what you want. So playlists work in the same way we have to think about like that Netflix effect of creating bingeable content and creating content that we want people to just continuously binge. I love getting those messages. I love seeing those comments and those stuff. It's like, hey, been binging your content all day. I'm so glad I found your channel. Or like one the other day, it's like, where has your channel been all my life? Like, but that's how you know people are like consuming all of your stuff and you're helping them. So because you have a great vibe and a fantastic start to what you're doing, your thumbnails are great. I would just say create those playlists to specifically segment those out, even if it's 1 or 2 videos. So if you have 2 to 3 videos that talks about specifically the financial side of whatever, put that in a playlist. You have the other one that may be on if you're just getting started to YouTube, or if you're new to creating videos on YouTube or whatever, or whomever the relevant audience is. So check out this video just to see if audio consistency.
What's going on in this video? I'm going to show you my strategy.
First of all, say Florida State, Alabama A&M is where it's at. All right. But this looks good. I really like the vibe that you're doing. Love the purple. I love the yellow. I love the vibe that you're going for. I can tell you're putting in work to what you're doing. So shout out to you. Just change your shirt to a better school. No, I'm just kidding. And so let's see here. Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive. First comment. Dope. So let's see here. Okay, so I would definitely start suggesting. Okay, so you got some video tags and stuff going on here. So that's fine. And that's all right. You know, you getting started, and that's important. Like 100%. Let me go to that because I think it's my. So I've been trying and testing out vidIQ, so that's why you're seeing a bunch of that stuff. So, because I want to do a comparison a little bit just to test. It's been a long time since I've used vidIQ, so just trying to stay abreast. But whenever that stuff loads. But anyway, but you can see that you're ranking for some of this longer form tips and stuff like that. That's fantastic. I mean, I think you're doing a fantastic job, to be completely honest with you. I think you just need to make those few small adjustments. Audio is at least clear for what you're doing. I would probably just make that a little bit bigger YouTube tips, digital business, editing. I'm guessing like video editing kind of a deal, but I would just make that a little bit bigger just for when it goes to mobile. Just make sure it's still visible. So that could just be turning it from the regular font to a bolder font, even though it's a smaller size. That's the only thing, you know, but I like what I'm seeing on the channel. You're doing a fantastic job thus far. So kudos to you. I have to work on this channel so much now that I started a new one. James saying wrong channel. All right, so whoever's channel it was that was wrong, you gotta tell me which one it is. Said learn a lot. That was my tuition. Appreciate that. Appreciate you dropping that in the chat. Oops, my finger slid. So if that got loud all of a sudden, my finger slid the thing. So my apologies. All right. Saying I have a Rode. If you have a shotgun microphone, here's the difference. Shotgun microphones. Okay, and that's the thing. It's funny. I was sharing that earlier. I had a shotgun mic too far away. Shotgun microphones still are not supposed to be that far from you in proximity, which is why you would always see people that are vlogging with them and they have it at an arm's length away. So even when you're recording with a wide angle lens or something like that, or it could be your phone, it doesn't matter. Most phones have a wide angle lens on it or something. The tripod still, most of the time for most people, aren't further away. And you'll see them get an extension cable that you can use so that you can put the microphone maybe so it's not in the shot here, but just slightly down here. So you can no longer see, but it's still close. So even if I change this microphone specifically, it's not a great example. Don't drop things. So you see it here. And let's say we got it out the shot there. Maybe, but this microphone part is too long for what I'm trying to do example wise. But the pickup pattern is a little bit different. They're a little bit stronger. And I've done that where I'm sitting and you see me And I am using a little shotgun microphone like this Movo one, which is very reminiscent of the Rode video micros or whatever the hell they're called. And you can still get clear audio like this and have it outside of the frame, but it is still almost just as close as this. But if I put it where the camera is, then we got a problem because the audio sounds horrible. You know, so I'm just saying horrible in comparison to what it could sound. So that's what I would say there. Saying OMG by Furnace. It's funny when you do, until you do stuff like this, then you hear like the like, I never heard that before. It's like channel reviews do one thing, it helps you see outside of the frame. And so sometimes that's why it's helpful. It just may be minor stuff. A lot of you guys do a fantastic job like doing the work and putting it in. And even if you maybe temporarily fell off and you getting back on the horse, and it's not even a temporarily fell off. It's like things happen to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a universal thing, but you're recommitting, right? You can always recommit. And so just so you guys know, you can always recommit. That's fine. So yeah. Let's see here. Doc saying, I'm back. We're closing out, Doc, now. It's too late. You're fired. No, just kidding. Said, Dinah's selling me pretty hard on that new Sony I may have. Doc, don't believe her. Don't believe. I have not sold nobody on nothing. I'm giving tips and advice. All right. So can I use the Sony ZV-1 as a webcam for OBS or the A6100? Kind of a compound question, but yes, you can use the ZV-1 as a webcam via USB or a capture card because it has clean HDMI out, which is a video that I'm going to try to post out tomorrow. I just want to see if I haven't updated to Big Sur on my Mac, and I wonder if that's going to impact me. So I just want to try it though. And I don't never like to do any update for anything when it first come out. I like to wait and let everybody else work through the kinks. And then I come after the fact when things are evened out. So I haven't updated past some version of Catalina or whatever. And whatever I guess the last one was for that. And so now we have the Big Sur operating system out for Mac. And I ain't want to upgrade. So I want to see if I can do my Sony ZV-1 USB upgrade so I can do the live streaming there. Shout out to the military that's flying overhead with a jet that is rumbling the desk currently. Thank you for your service into the country. So, but yes, you can use the ZV-1 as a webcam. Yes, you can use the A6100 as a webcam. Yes, you can use those in OBS because the camera itself has clean HDMI out, and that software or Sony making it possible for you to live stream via USB is just a thing. So yes, you can use that. So yes and yes. Please do a review on my channel. I did, unless it's the wrong one, but I don't think it was because it was relevant stuff there. Saying thanks for your assessment on my YouTube. I will add a better description and add more structure to the videos. Yeah, it's a progressive process when it comes to that. So nobody ever think that I'm saying like, yeah, channel is horrible, dude. Like, no, it's just the micro things. The micro things over time make macro improvement, like in a very significant way. So like in Liz's thing, it's just like, man, you cranking it out, you're doing good, the editing looks dope, your thumbnails are popping. Now the thing that we can move to next is audio. Or, you know, Dav's channel is like, love your story, love your messaging. Now we can just recommit and really dive back in, and here's the approach that we can take. You know, and thumbnails are good. It's like it's just making it more effective to the person that you're trying to reach. You know, we got Jay from Fixed Point, whose channel we just looked at. Thumbnails are great, this, that, or whatever. Probably could use a better microphone type setup or something like that, just to kind of deal with the audio. But it ain't taking away from the content, more or less. It can just help enhance it. And that's not even watching any of the videos or anything like that. So a lot of y'all, you do good work. You're making great video content. You just have to keep believing in yourself and keep pushing forward that you can do what you want to do. And as best as you can, stay out of that comparison syndrome, because that's the biggest downfall, because it's you choosing to find reasons not to enjoy and love and see the dopeness that you are. You're finding reason. You compare means that you have to start searching with an intent to look for somebody better, or watch or see somebody better, micro analyze that to a point to say why you're bad or why you suck. Don't do that to yourself. It's a self-administered poison. So if somebody's in your niche or in your space and it gets from being inspiring in the season, maybe unsubscribe for a season. I know I personally do that a lot. It's friends, family, people I love, all kinds of stuff. I love that content. Don't mean I won't watch. It just means I don't need to see it in my subscription feed right now for where I am mentally and what I'm working on. I can't, it's hurting my mentality for what in a weaker area that I'm trying to work on building in a season. Right. And so it's just like, I don't want to get distracted. I can't focus on that all the time. You know what I'm saying? I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't think like that. I need to be in a positive mental state. And for me, in certain seasons, a positive mental state may mean canceling all my subscriptions to whatever. It may mean only digesting certain content on YouTube and not other stuff. It may mean a complete and total digital fast other than what I need to do for the business. And so it's always seasons of that. So just know kind of where you are and just, do the best as you can. See, just what Diana said, she encouraged me to get all the mindset off the Liz channel, 100%. And if y'all see somebody that you vibe with that, I'm doing the channel, like, subscribe. Like, if y'all think Jay is dope and you want, like, subscribe, like, on 100%. Saying David Hunt, it's clickable or scroll pastable. Hashtag Diana said, and you know that. Saying love your video simplified logo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Camera and lens are you using for this video? And you know what's funny? I think I forgot to do a description for today. I'll add that. But yeah, usually I have my live stream description. I just think I forgot to add it in there today. But I'm using the Sony a6400 on this camera and the Sony 35mm f1.8 lens specifically for this setup, which is usually in the description, but I'll add it later. So you're so welcome. You help so many people. I really appreciate that. I really do. All right. What's going on? Glenessa. That's what I want to say. I think maybe that's right. Tell me if I'm wrong. But good to see you. Glad that you're here. All right. Saying how many videos should you have in your arsenal before you can make a playlist? 1. Does that help? 1 video. Because 1 video is enough to get you going. It's enough to tell people there's going to be more. It's enough to tell people that's something or an area that I want to cover. I can use myself as an example as well. So let's scroll past these here. 7 months, 7 months, 6 months, 6 months. So this is not even something I really regularly cover. But when it was just the 1 video, I think it was this one first. Yeah, it was this one first. It was 1. But I put video recording and editing tips as a playlist because even if that's a complete playlist could be 2 videos, part 1, part 2, or it could be a running topic of things that you cover and it may be more. So as I get to a certain area or something I want to test, try, experiment, share, show, whatever, teach on, then it's relevant, then I'll add 1 more. But 1 video is enough to say, especially like when you're first getting started. Let's say you got 6 videos. You could have 6 playlists. You could have 7 or 8 because they kind of go together. If you go here, you'll have the getting started with Sony cameras for video. Okay, you see some of these videos. It's not really here. It may be in this playlist. But you can see, okay, using the Rodecaster Pro for video. It's here, obviously. And then up here in audio tips for creating videos, because it also is an audio-based thing, it's here again. So that video can be in multiple things that's relevant for it, right? So because it's an audio based device and I am giving audio tips, it is one specifically in there so that it can have it for the audio tips. But if I come down here too, it says there's one for using the Rodecaster Pro for video. So other stuff that may just only be Rodecaster Pro can go here also, you know, in relation to using it in that respect. So, you know, you just need one video, and that video can serve in multiple aspects and things like that, if that helps. Nice. All right, I'm going to go from the bottom up and catch back up to where I was at. How about that? Saying there, I'm less confusing now. I skipped the comment, so now I don't know. Said, thank you so much, Liz, and forgot the conversion. Oh, Liz, come on now. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chats. I sincerely appreciate it. Whatever that you give, whatever that you do, I sincerely appreciate you. Said, I'm going to have to go back and rewatch the review stuff. Is super helpful. I appreciate that. So, said, this is the new channel here. Okay. Well, Liz, I'll go back since, let's see, Mindfully Inspired. Liz over here rocking 2 channels. All right. Same great stuff when it comes to your thumbnails. I couldn't think of the word. So again, I understand the script idea, but it takes a minute to read it versus just mindfully inspired versus like I gotta slow down mentally to be like videos to create the life you crave. So you have white space literally for days, not because it's white text, but you can stay in the vein of your brand for this channel and go into the vein of clarity, at least for here. So that's where having a primary font, a secondary font, and like associated text fonts that convert well on different social mediums are helpful, because maybe what you put on your website is fine, but when you put it online in a thumbnail, it may not convert as well because they can't read it or see it initially. They actually have to burn calories mentally in order to process what they're looking at. And so to avoid that, if we start looking at the content from like that person that's on the keyboard, you can take up some more of the space and use a primary brand font, a secondary brand font, and then you have like maybe an associated font for certain things that are also helpful should one or the two not actually work. So I would just go to probably your media kit of what you're building for this channel and go there. So, and that's true with thumbnails as well, just so you have more stuff. Also, go ahead for the shorts for those vertical videos and because the thumbnails are still the 16:9, the regular one, just like these are. Go ahead and start putting thumbnails on these vertical videos that still speak to the point of what people would be searching for and whatnot. So again, like we talked about, how many can be in a playlist with the previous question? It's 3 videos here. Up leveling your live topics to take you to the next level. You have 5-minute meditations, guided meditations. And so, you know, it's not bad at all. I'll probably do a channel trailer for here also, just to kind of let people know what are they going to get out of the channel, or put one of these short videos that are relevant to it in that place for it. And I can see that you're building this channel out, but yeah, I would say go ahead and add some of the different things, because the short form content, I think we're going to start seeing people, this is my personal prediction, I think we're going to start seeing people come to YouTube and with a new social behavior, especially when it comes to vertical video content. I believe that vertical video on YouTube is going to change people's social behavior on the platform to the point, which is what you're going to see over the next 30 days, might be starting today, where you'll see a vertical video format come out on the channel every day. And I don't know how long I'm gonna keep that going, but we'll see. But I think the social behaviors is gonna change because it's changing on other platforms also with the Institute of Vertical Video. So the thumbnails are gonna be important until we figure out some other thing. Even if you got it templatized or something like that, I would say that as well. And because you have short shelves and things like that, looks like the content on that channel it could scale faster because it kind of has that TikTok-ish kind of vibe with vertical videos, quick snippet format stuff that you can get to, that if they're looking for 15-second guided breathing exercise or whatever to start the day right, they know they can come to this mindfully thinking or mindfully inspired, channel, and know that they're going to get that. So I would say for those of you that are doing vertical video, and I won't know until I finish my personal experiments and stuff like that when it comes to content on this, and it's so new with how the digestion of this is going to work as it becomes a social behavior. I just believe that social behaviors are going to be changing in relation to vertical video, and that's a format that you should be paying attention to, even if you're not creating content in that space yet. But if you are, or if you have a channel that's dedicated to content that will be good in that space, still do best practices, thumbnails, being clear, and all the things, so that the value proposition of what they're going to get in that short, digestible way is the same thing why we would love to go to the malls back in the day and know that even if we don't plan to eat whatever at the food court, you still want to buy the chicken anyway. So it's on the plan for the day. So Glenessa, thank you so much for telling me how to pronounce your name. Glenessa, good to see you. Glad that you're here. Yeah, Liz over here trying to hide from the government, freaking channel changing the name, saying, do you do YouTube channel training? I do consultations and coaching. So if you go to dinagladney.com/work with me, then I can type my own name /work with me. Then you'll see that you can go on here, click on schedule a call. It'll jump down because this is dealing with the one-on-one private coaching. You click down on schedule a call, 10-minute quick chat if you just need to something like that requires a conversation that a DM wouldn't do for. Then you got 30-minute consultations or 1-hour consultations if you want like legit help with your channel or something else that you're working on or whatever. But saying bye, y'all. Going to take some pics. All right, Navy Guitar, good to see you. I'm Peter North here, old adult film star. Great stream today, honey. Thanks, appreciate it, Peter. Good to see you. Glad that you're here. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have went from the bottom up because now I'm lost from where I was at. And Liz then swapped channels, so now her and Doc are talking, and I don't know who she is now. You know, she's gonna change freaking things. Who knows? All right, ministry channel. Remember to add your channel name. Yeah. So yeah, 100%. So yeah, 100%. All right, cool. Okay, now I'm catching back up to where I was. Doug, so helpful. Yeah, I remember saying that. Appreciate that. Liz, again, confusing me. I don't know. Okay, how many of you answered that one? I was going to rapid fire at that one again. If you have time and want a challenge, I would love a review of the Supreme Gecko Challenge. Well, I don't think time is a factor today. I just think it's a matter of me keeping my word and saying that I was going to do this and get to the last of the comments. So we'll keep rocking it. Supreme Gecko. See what comes up here. Oh man, I can't do the bug stuff. Like it's the one channel that's like this got me. Oh man, but oh man, listen, I get it. I get that geckos like they eat the, but I can't, like, I don't know if I can do this comfort levels. Like I'm wigging out over here. I tell you what, your thumbnails definitely are eliciting a emotional response, which is what you want. I can't even look at this. I'm sorry. I quit. I'm bailing. Like, just, I can't. Good job on the thumbnails. I can't do it. I don't like the buggy thing. I can't do the buggy thing. Like, heebie-jeebies on 12 over here. Like, I can't. Oh man, it's done messed me up now. Thumbnails are good though. It's like Discovery Science, Discovery, all those kind of channels and whatever. I can watch it, but I can't do the bug stuff. It's like, golly. Now it's like, ugh, Lord, y'all pray for me. Ugh. Your thumbnails are great. That's all I can say. Great job. You came up in search, and you had a welcome video that I saw for the 32.2 seconds that I was watching, and your thumbnails are enough to elicit an emotional response. All right, so good. Kudos to you. I can't do no better than that. I'm sorry. What's up, Kevin? Good to see you. So, so yeah. All right. God, Lee. It's like I just got to watch. Okay, I saw that. Okay. All right. God, dog. All right. I sent you the link, Doc, a long time ago. I don't even want to hear it. You know why? Because you didn't check Facebook. And you didn't check your DMs. Because you know why? I put it in there. I just want to prove a point real quick. Doc been asking for... Oh, maybe it didn't hit send. Oh. My bad. I did. I promise I hit send. I know I did. Cause I listen. Listen. Look, listen. Okay. It's been a long day. And, you know, it's like, you know, you own some stuff when you stutter and you don't have a stuttering problem. I sent Doc the link a long time ago. Like, I know I did because I was like, oh, yeah, by the way, I hit the copy the link thing. I put it in the thing, Control V, I hit enter. Same like it did now, but I guess it didn't come. Like, this is not my fault. Facebook is slow. I left. I closed the tab. I'm trying not to have open tab syndrome. And you come on these streams and you start this. It's not my fault. All right. It's not my fault. I hit send. Facebook was slow. All right. I'm out here in these streets working. All right. I'm doing channel reviews. All right. I'm out here helping people, Doc. Like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I promise I hit send. This is not my fault. This is not my fault. This is not my fault. It's not my fault. Like, I hit enter. Like, I'm not taking ownership of this one. Usually I'm like, no, I'm not taking ownership for this. I hit send his Facebook. All right. I'm out here, cuz I'm out here. I'm working. All right. I'm working. Oh my goodness. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled program. I'm just gonna leave Facebook open because I didn't want David to call. So let me explain myself. All right, because now I feel like I've created a scene, and you just gotta lean in. There's no going back now. It's too late. Okay. The last time we did the stream, it was David's fault. I'm blaming everybody. It's like the blame game it's in play right now. Okay, just so everybody's aware. I'm not taking ownership for this. Okay. Yes, it's my stream. Yes, it's my link. I don't care. Mind your business. What happened was on the last stream, when I invited Doc on, okay, David called. So I didn't want, which our other business partner, which I didn't want it to ring in the middle of the stream. So I decided to send the link, and then I closed the tab for Facebook so I didn't have the thing. It's not my fault. And now Doc's gonna come on here starting some mess, and I'm not taking ownership for this. It has nothing to do with me. It's Facebook's fault. So, that's all I'm gonna say about that. And Merry Christmas to you and your family also. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Yo, I'm just saying though, while Doc trying to start a ZV-1 with a lens cap on it, you know, now I'm sounding like Barack Obama. Like, I told Michelle, I told Malia, I just want to publicly state, as you know, a hardworking a hardworking woman. I ain't go to sleep till 5 o'clock this morning. I'm running off 3 hours of sleep. Okay, gosh darn it, I freaking sent the link a long gosh darn time ago. I didn't want David to call like last time, so I sent the link. I hit enter on the keyboard. Okay, and then I closed the tab out. I was being a responsible streamer, mitigating from distractions, of which now I've probably taken 30 minutes trying to get myself back together again. These are not my problems. Welcome to the stream, Doc. That's what I have to say.
Only reason why it's funny to me is
Wrong mic. You ain't got your mic selected, Doc.
no, it's not on.
Oh, there you go.
I've completely done that before, where I've typed this entire message into Facebook and thought I sent it and wonder why the person ain't answering me back, and I never pressed that little freaking airplane and it just chilling. So you're off the hook. Did you know that the ZV1 with the with this dopeness on it is like straight fire? Like you can get your little blog on, be like, hey,
I'm saying
I'm on Mrs. D stream 3 hours later, but I'm here. I was outside in the cold. You know, I'm from Hawaii. St. Louis is cold. I can't handle that kind of weather. And I'm
don't
out there,
do that,
like,
Liz.
freezing,
It's bothering me.
knocking on the door.
Man, you know what? It's hard out here for a pimp when they're trying to get the money for the rent. You know, it's like
You know, oh God, now I'm gonna have David stuck in my head all day.
100%. That's all he listening to. You know, on the road, he traveling out of town. So shout out to
that joint on loop.
Supreme Gecko. That Doc can help you with a channel review. He goes live tomorrow on his channel, so
Yeah,
he will
I told
give you
Liz
the
to
channel
come
review
through
that I
tomorrow
can't.
too, so we can glow up her little setup. Because now Liz out here doing things.
I'm saying
she done said it. Liz, little sister, let me give it to you. Liz has hit the commit button. Okay, and there's a couple where you hit the commit button, right? There's come over here and go like this, and then Liz was like
100% with all the effects. Okay, it's just like 100%. 100%.
She's like, you don't want none of this. You know, Liz is about this tall, right?
Listen.
And then she was like, you don't want none of this, player. Come on.
Okay, when you walk out and you ain't got no ankles left, she done knocked you out, and you would be walking with a limp, wondering why.
And with the construction equipment, she could bury your body and nobody will find you. I'm just saying. So I appreciate people that hit the commit button and go all the way in. And I guess the dope part for us as sort of like mentor type creators, even though we ourselves have mentors, is watching the people that we've spoke to or inspired or whatever, watching them do the damn thing.
100%.
Like, I love that. I like even Kevin. Like Kevin's on the screen right there in the chat. He's talking to us in the Let's Get Live group.
Yep.
And just seeing, cats like him, like Liz, like Luis, like, man, Luis is on fire right now. Just watching people, Elo, another one.
Thanks, Dr.
them,
Elo,
like,
super chat. Appreciate you.
Slide up the chain, like seeing them, like they coming up. It's like I'm somewhere halfway up the rope, looking down at my people coming up. Yo, come on, let's go.
100%.
We still
100%.
got a lot of rope to go too, but it's just dope to see them. So I appreciate,
100%.
all of those that are putting in the work.
Yeah, definitely. So I don't do a wrong channel review. Kevin let me know, is this the right channel here? Because apparently I did one wrong. It's like, hey, again, you come up in search or you don't. It's like, that's the first one. So Jacqueline's Journey, that's what you said. So I'm wondering if this is the who you're talking about. So let me know specifically and we can take a look. But I can tell you right now, I do like her thumbnails, the pink and the gray. So
dope.
Yeah, and it pops though too. It's like it's a good contrast. So let me know if that's the right channel and then we can take a look at it. So skipping
I'm
ahead
always
to
down for people with the big smiles and stuff in their thing too, because it seems so crazy, but it works. I mean, the TubeBuddy thing tells you it works. Yeah. It's not just my opinion. You know?
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing. It's like we got actual data. So Prima agreeing
I
with me.
That we're gonna just call it GG.
GG. Or do you approve? Here's the thing. Doc gonna give you a nickname whether you want it or not. I actually asked you, are you okay?
She might fight me though.
Said Prima saying I'm cool with snakes. It's the look. I can't the little jam, no, can't.
What,
Don't.
Prima, you used to live here? What? I didn't know you. Maybe you did tell me that.
Yo, Liz, what do you mean you can bury folks' deep? Like, that's, like, I
I'm telling
understand
you,
it's a
her and her
construction.
husband have a construction company. Yo, they can go all the way down to the water table and throw your ass in there.
Listen,
Cover you up.
listen. So Kevin said that's the right channel. All right, let's take a look. All right, so Jacqueline's journey. So you do come up in search, which is dope. And again, like, I know, once I know the person's vibe, thumbnail kind of essence, it stands out. And that's something good. So I know that when I'm looking for a person and I find all their stuff, I'm like, that's a win. Click on the channel. Freaking gecko channel, gosh darn it, threw me. Now I'm all kind of, I done clicked on the video on accident. All right, so let me pause for the cause here. And then Liz gonna tell me something. What's that on your shoulder? Don't, cause I break all of this streaming stuff in here.
Dude, I put a cockroach screensaver on Karen's MacBook, brand new MacBook, and she threw it across the room and broke the MacBook. And as mad as I wanted to be, it was my fault.
It was your fault. 100%.
The only saving grace at the time is I worked at Apple, so I fixed it.
Hey, it is. That's the benefit. Okay, so Jacqueline's journey. I'm fine with that font. I love the little butterfly in the J. That's cool. But all of this, I just got to burn 1,000 calories in my brain muscles before I can read it all. So
yeah, chop it down to 3 words. I know, Kevin, you're new to the community,
yeah,
but like I teach our crew to get it into 3 words, just like all of the car dealerships and all of the shoes and like impossible is nothing and the ultimate driving machine. Yeah, you know, just do it. You deserve a break. All of the above. Get it down to 3 words, 4 or 5 if you have to, but if you can squeeze it into 3.
Here it is right here. Confident in our own skin, right?
Holla.
So, I mean, and here's the thing. When you talk too much, it's in there. You like when you say a whole bunch, when somebody asks you, hey, what's your channel about? Well, no. If you say the well, I've already kind of checked out. So this is kind of like the well statement where Doc is again recommending how to write copy. I'm going to have to ask Uncle Ray if I can get him on the channel one of these days and we can talk shop.
Hey, I would need him to give me an affiliate link for all these books on it. So.
He said Amazon.com yourself. Okay. But no, it's like, so when it comes to the channel though, and that's the thing, copywriting is writing the words that sell, the words that convert, the words that is not, you don't want to go into convincing because you can convince somebody one way or the other, but you want to lead them to a decision. And when it comes to the copywriting on your channel, which is what I speak to, the who are you helping with what specifically, Lane helps you to identify the what? Jacqueline's journey, confident in our own skin, fashion, food, and fitness, which fits into that kind of a thing. And so I know you have the framing here specifically to make sure it converts on mobile. So that's fine, but just get rid of all the rest of that and know what needs to go here and what is something that you may say. You know what I'm saying? Just like I say, I believe video is the best way to communicate our message. And I honestly believe what the internet did for us as an unlock back in the 80s and 90s and stuff like that with more access, especially today, is what video is doing for us in content creation. But that is not all on the banner. So confident in our own skin, I think is more or less, in my opinion, just first impressions is what I'm leaning to. Let's check the audio real quick.
Hello, everyone. And
okay. Pause for the calls. 8 seconds before I actually see Jacqueline. I want to see her first. And I'm cool with the music. The music vibe and stuff is cool. But I'd rather even almost hear her talking and maybe like 1.5 seconds of this on screen kind of a deal. You know what I'm saying? So I'd like at the point to where I see this just one whole shebang, I want to hear her kind of talking underneath and then it can kind of fade to her or something like that. And so she's got her pink vibe, sharing her story. Love it. So, and you got the lapel microphone on. That's dope. So I just think like the thing that hooks people, that's why infomercials is copywriting, right? And so when you see, they'll ask you something that speaks to you. Are you sick of your I always go, I don't know why I go to this example. Are you sick of your Tupperware containers falling out of the cabinets? Or are you sick of stuck spaghetti stains?
That's the real talk right
Yeah.
there. That definitely happened for sure.
They go for the jugular. So she's sharing her story, and it's powerful because you can hear her, and she's sharing images and stuff like that within a few seconds. I would just say, instead of burning those 8 seconds with what's about to happen, go ahead and jump into the thing of, I used to weigh 100 pounds more than what I do now. And I completely changed my life with learning how to do X, Y, and Z. And I'm still on that journey, or maybe I'm not, or this happened. And, whatever the thing is, that's powerful. Her story already in itself is powerful or whatever. So go there. Big no right away for me, honestly, created playlists like this, because it instantly detracts away from the things that was making me lean in. Now I'm kind of leaning back. And so even if you did uploads, that's fine. My skin removal journey after losing, that's going for the jugular. It's super powerful. So my skin removal journey after losing 350 pounds. And she's sharing, this is where like the documentation stuff is so vital and so important. And people that go through like health transitions and stuff, they get this. Entrepreneurs can really take a lesson from like her channel and stuff right now. And so
yes,
it's like, this is like, I love this. I'm curious about the fonts. Like I don't love that. I would probably change that. I'm cool with the color tonality, but I still want to see this. All of this matters. Her whole in the house, showing her legs, pulling like all of that is super vital. What I would do though is change the font, because it's like, I can't even read this. I promise you right now, I can't see what that says.
And actually, the one thing that I go to a lot with people, I know it's hard because we think people read thumbnails like that. But
Yeah.
I say try to get the thumbnail words down to as little as possible. Y'all have seen my thumbnails.
Yeah,
right. If I break 6-7 words, I'm trying to beat myself up.
Mm-hmm.
I try to keep it, because you got the title to help you. You got the description to help you. All I want to do with the thumbnail is slap the out of you so that you want to press it.
And
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And by giving you a lot of words, you told me everything. You told me everything in the thumbnail. I kind of sort of don't need to watch.
Yeah.
But when you leave me like, oh, what? This what? I need some more.
Right.
So that's a confidence thing, and it took me a while. I used to do it, like especially like third one right where you are right now. There's the green and green, and then there's the big smiley face, and then there's the third one over. It's like right smack in the middle.
We talking about this one?
That has I can't see your mouse.
Oh,
come over some more. Like your mouse is right. Slide your mouse to the middle, and it says 1.4 KK views 2 years ago, 97%.
Yeah. No, it's not this one. It's this one here.
It has an entire novel on that thumbnail.
Yeah.
That's and it's so dope is because this info, like a lot of people will want to know, and there's a lot of people that need to know. So you have content that the world needs to see. You just got to present it in a way that they won't be intimidated. Like that's the one right there. So to me, that's intimidating anyway, just from seeing so much info on that thing.
Like 100%, like her transformation, you see it, like her thumbnail. This is where, again, this is where I wouldn't say go for a solid background and text and maybe a cutout of you kind of a vibe. We want to see, we're clicking for the transformation. The thing that people want to see is the transformation. Either they're on their own journey, think about starting a journey, or in the midst, in the throes, usually where people come, that intersection. You have to think about what's the intersection of the pain point of the person that's searching and the content that you're creating. And that's where your thumbnails really need to hit, because these pictures of her, like I'm really in love with this channel, and I've watched nothing. Because I see stuff like this photo where she's showing her legs. I see this photo of her in the doctor's office. I see this photo with the side by side. You know what I'm saying? I see this photo. That's the one on the left, one on the right kind of comparison. I see this photo of her. Like, the photos is more so what's compelling. So I honestly would do stuff like increase the saturation a little bit, increase the contrast, bring it forward so it's not so far back. You still would know it's in the gym, but kind of increase it so it comes a little bit forward, and do stuff like that. And then you can go back and update these thumbnails.
There you go. You can tell by the newer thumbnails that somebody's been listening to some thumbnail classes.
Right.
So the new stuff, like everything within the last, like, I don't know, month or two, is starting to go to. Do not be afraid to go back and re-optimize the old thummies.
Right.
My TubeBuddy journey consisted of re-optimizing the old thummies and re-optimizing the old descriptions. And I got so much pump on my channel because of that.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right.
So yeah, Kevin, don't be afraid to go back and, like, honestly, get Canva Pro to make. I know maybe the reason why there's no cutouts on stuff like the one where she's sitting in front of the clock right there in the chair right next to the food picture. Maybe the reason why you didn't cut the body out is because it's difficult. In Photoshop,
Canva.
maybe that's not your swag, but Canva just press the button. Canva like, hey,
Right.
you good to go.
Right.
So like, even the one in the doctor's office, if all you had was a cutout of her and the doctor and all the rest of that was
it's
solid.
fine. Yep. That's okay there.
Bam. Game changer.
And so to show you with that, because I think it's super important for y'all to see that, I'm going to pull up my Canva. And like, people ask me, I really don't, like, you don't need a lot. You just need to
I'm going to say something mean. Miss D sucks at design, but you wouldn't know because she got Canva.
But I've said that though. Like, like,
just try not to get hit.
Time over time.
As a designer, it's mean for me to say that to people, but I'm a designer and I use Canva because I don't want to spend that time. I got things
100%.
to do.
And it's like,
at first I was clowning it because I'm a designer. I don't need no Canva. I ain't clowning it now, bro. I press click, go, done. I'm out of there and go make me a sandwich.
And so the thing is so like, these are thumbnails that I'm making specifically for the Buy Me a Coffee, the behind the scenes content. And so that has a vibe that's different than the channel. So, but it's still a thumbnail on there. But when I go, like, this cut out a little bit different, a little bit more goes into that. But this is Canva. So we can break this down because I want to show y'all this to help you with this. So when I go over here and I have my uploads, this was an image. So like, let's deconstruct this a little bit. So I'm gonna delete that. These are images of cameras that I already have. So let's leave the rest of that there. So I have this thumbnail here, for example, but that's not the one. It's this one. But either don't matter. I'm still here. I'm still close enough. So I'm like, okay, now what I'm going to do is go up in here to effects. And then this is with Canva Pro. So you do need Pro if you have a nonprofit or something like that, a 501c3 organization, or even a 508c1a or something similar. Then if you have that nonprofit type designation, you can get Canva Pro for free. It is as simple as clicking background removal. You see it spinning, it's processing, it's doing the work. Give it about another second or so, and we're going to have something to work with here. Boom. Instantly, what I now have is a cutout version of myself. I'm just going to drag this line in up to my thumbs, just so I got a little bit more to work with box wise. And then what I do is I stretch that out to match up to what I have in the background a little bit there, and cut out. You know what I'm saying? But let me show you one other thing. So let's say I got that one. Cool. Let's say I want to get the glow, not an outline like this specifically, but something similar. So how I did this one, same thing, just to save on time frame. So I did the same thing here where I did the cutout of myself. But what I did here was, there's two of them. Only thing is I turned that one white. So if I delete that one, this is the same cutout image, but I've now gone into effects and I've changed that. So if I go up here and I click on effects again, when I go, excuse me, over here to the effects tab, I have all of these different things that I can do. You have the glitch, you have the pixelated, you have the whatever. So what I'll do is go in here to the duotone, but I'm going to go to the classic version, which is going to be something like a black and white, but I'm going to click and change it to white or whatever color that you may want. If you know the specific hex code, then you can do that. But I'm not done yet because that's just a white background. One point. The other thing is I may go in here to glow or something similar so that whenever it's done loading in a second. All right, so I got some other stuff. So let's say I wanted to do trace. Let's say I want to do something kind of fun. You can do the glow and it can soften it a bit more. It shrinks it down, but you kind of got that dark shadow-ish kind of a thing to it. But I'm going to hit cancel on that. And let's say I wanted to do something like the split, kind of a RGB thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of something extra or whatever adds a little pizzazz to that. One more time. This one. I'm going to hit effects again. Background removal. The removal. So I'm adding layers. What do I want? And the best thing that you can do for thumbnails is take a picture of somebody's thumbnails that you like and try to recreate that for yourself. And then progressively continue to grow into something that you like. So if I want to do something like that there, if that's what I was going for or whatever, now you see that thumbnail is a little bit more dynamic. I'm going to hit adjust on here. I'm going to increase the brightness a little bit. This is how you make it pop for your skin or whatever. It's going to look a little different than what you would want for your actual look. But in thumbnails, you have to think about what you're trying to do.
You kind of want it to be
yeah.
pop, yeah.
And so now you see
I
it's
mentioned
like
today that on Lauria's thing, I was like, listen, man, thumbnail is the book cover for your video. And
Right.
everybody knows the adage, but that don't mean that they follow it.
Right.
They will definitely judge this book by the cover.
Right, 100%. So I'm just making micro adjustments here. Let's say, for example, okay, then
That's dope.
bring this other one. I'm bringing the camera position is going to be to the front. And then I need to move this out the way real quick so I can just grab this. Because I left it in the background, position it, move it to the front. And then make sure I get hands back. So move this out the way real quick. Because I usually do these layers first. Oh, I don't have fingers there. All right, rest of the thumb there. Rest of the thumb there. Position, bring that to the front. So that sits on top. Place it in thine hands. Thumbnail.
The hands is anointed.
Okay, so now you see, like, it's like, oh, yeah, that's dope. Canva, cuz. You know, and so you can also, for your fonts, I have my own specific brand fonts that I prefer. And so I can go up here, and also with the Pro, you can load in certain ones that you use or certain ones that you prefer. All of these are ones that like I imported that I'll use for different things. Or if you find and you pay for a font or something specific to that, then that's easy to create. That way you can start trying to make your thumbnails a little bit more dynamic and do a little bit more with it. And it's just, you know, it's super helpful. So you can go back to these older videos and it's like, maybe that was the best that you had or could do at that time, or that, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you definitely grow as you're doing it or get more ideas and stuff, but you can go back and be like, oh, let me try this on the thumbnail. There's no loss in getting better and trying and, you know, to perfect your craft and what you're doing. But
Absolutely.
I love her channel.
And you'll be amazed at what changing the thumbnails and stuff will do. And a lot of people don't know this because they probably not paying attention, but we change thumbnails like a week after the video to see if it pumps the video.
If it does it better, yeah.
I just recently did it. I did my video that says I messed up. And then I looked at it and I was like, you know what? I don't have enough of the perception on the F and the D. So I just tucked the mess in a little bit so you can see what was supposed to be the real word under there more. And I put it back and it went up because it was a minor, tiny, I mean, talking about micro adjustment. It's very small, but it definitely changed performance on the video. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Don't be afraid to go back and tweak them nails.
Here's an
I say
example.
get your nails did.
Exactly. There you go, Doc. Like that. Here's an example I did for yesterday's video. This was the first iteration of the thumbnail, and I was like, okay, that's the best I can think of right now. And so I uploaded it before the video. I was waiting for it to go from like HD and 4K and whatever. And I was just like, and then I looked at it on my phone, because I just wanted, again, it sometimes helps get it off the computer, look at it on your phone. And I was like, when I got it on my phone, then this picture in the background, which is fine for B-roll, these other accessories that are kind of blurred, plus the text, I'm like, it's just hella busy. And so I changed it to this one. And it's clear you still got some other stuff in there. Like this is blurry, that's blurry or whatever. But I was like, that's more clear and just straightforward versus this felt cluttered. And so sometimes you launch with the best one that you can think of or the best one that you can come up with. And you may go through multiple iterations of that, but still be thinking about how to make it better, because it's always about earning the click. And so when you also go into researching it in, like if you use TubeBuddy, then you can go and compare it to what it looks like comparative to something else. Like what are the other stuff that comes up? So if I go to, let's go to YouTube, and I type in Sony ZV-1 or best accessories. I think it was best accessories. Hold on, let me go back. We should do best accessories for Sony ZV-1. All right. So if I'm looking at what's the normalness of what people see when they see this one, very clear. You see the ZV-1, but you also see dark background, white font. You see this one here, black and white, easy to read. Just the camera, easy to identify. Just the camera, easy to identify. Flat lay, easy to identify. A little bit of text, camera icon or whatever, easy to identify. Like all of these things are easy to identify. So what does it look like if I'm trying to show up and search for this specifically, and then I come up and I'm not clear? So it helps to look through to see what would your stuff be comparative to, or what would your stuff come up against.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or even like the specific variations do for video. So if we go into like, as a person is searching for stuff, sometimes different results. So we see the Think Media came up first this time, and this video came up second. And so now this video is coming, like, you know what I'm saying? So when somebody's searching for something, what are they typically seeing? They're seeing stuff that's clear and easy to identify, right? This starts to get a little bit more cluttered. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of blends in with the background, a little busy. Some more text over here that I'm reading that I probably shouldn't be reading, you know what I'm saying, versus hers, even though they got about the same amount of views. It's just a matter of what would you click on based off what's clear for you to see, right? So it's like, what's the trend here? Mostly just the camera, very little text, right? So that's helpful to see what's trending in your space versus just copying off of maybe who you follow. So what's the trend happening for that thing? And that can help you a lot with trying to figure out designs, and then taking inspiration from other creators as well. So hopefully that helps everybody in different respects. So I've been getting audio to the camera for real, or just, I'm guessing for the camera for now. Figured I'd update the PC audio into my DAW. Okay. So I love Canva Pro, did a 30-day trial, paid for a year before the trial was over. Nice. Update to figuring out the best audio to camera solution. Gonna get mics for now. I figured how to capture to the PC and the DAW. It's like sometimes the easiest solution is the simple solution, because it's just gonna get you moving. You know, experiment later, figure out the quick thing first. You know,
the real maneuver. Everyone needs to do this. Just understand this. There is an order. There's an order of operation, and I will fight anybody to on this point. Mic game, light game, camera game. Camera's actually last.
Mm-hmm.
You want that mic to sound like boom. If I had to put everything away and start all over again, I could only get one. It would be the SM7B, and then the Rodecaster Pro. Everything else, I would just have my iPhone. I would make dope video with my iPhone, but it would sound great because I got these two. you know, and these two are just fantabulous. And then save up, do whatever you got to do, wash some cars, you know,
Mm-hmm.
sell a couple bags, whatever you got to do, get your light game covered after, because this is controlling whichever your camera looks like. So even the Logitech C920 with no light, it looks whack. With light, Logitech C920 looks good. It looked good for years until we figured out how to plug mirrorless and DSLR up. It was the go-to camera. Right. Most of the videos on YouTube, and I mean most of the videos on YouTube, in a situation like we're sitting in right now, are on the Logitech C920, period, point blank, hands down. Now, it's not stay that way because progress, you know, I shall proceed to continue to rock the mic. So then after all of that, I will go and adjust my camera. So yeah, remember that. Just keep that order of operation in your head. Mic game, got to sound good first, and then go to your light game, because light will make any camera look better. It's just the way cameras work. Just like our eyeballs, you can see better when it's bright outside, and you can't see good when it's dark. Hello. And then work on your camera.
100%. Facts.
Everyone always want to ask, well, what camera do you have?
It don't matter, because if you don't know like how to dial it in, they all look like trash. I was just having this conversation on Instagram. It's like, can the iPhone 12 Pro, this guy was saying, like, can it really be? And I'm like, yeah, man. I was like, you don't see me making smartphone content like that or whatever. But it just, my brain works with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I got 5 years on these. I got 5 years on the phone, and I just didn't want to. So I'm a novice when it comes to the phone stuff, even though the mechanics are still the same, and I just don't like it. But this is my brain. It's I got it locked in for this, but I also have 5 years of using this though. You know what I'm saying? So not that specific model, but just cameras in general. But cameras in general. I sent them a video.
That's why I think I went to cameras too versus the phone, is I'm born and raised in the camera shop. So like, I can do all of the cameras with my eyeballs closed. I don't even have to think about it. And James out here still rocking that C920 because it's still dope. With the good content, and mine's is right here on the floor, next to my feet.
Handy dandy.
You gotta have it. It's a backup. Mine's just silly right here next to 100%. And it never goes anywhere because you never know when you just need it. Oh my God, something went dumb. Let me get it.
Yeah.
You know,
because you just I mean, you just need to show up. You know, I can focus on the quality stuff later. And you know what? Melissa of Think Media helped set me free in 2019 on some stuff, because it would be, I can't remember what it was, but it would throw me off, and my quality visually would suck and suffer, because I would make something incredibly dope looking, and like the content was always getting better and stuff like that, but it's just like it would look dope, but then I couldn't recreate it for some reason. And I'm like, why this video don't look the same? The second time or whatever, I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong or what was really off. And so I didn't like anything less than my best version of the best videos I had produced at the time. And so I had made a video on lighting, and then I deleted it because I'm like, this is not what I imagined that it would look like. It looks worse, and I'm not doing it. That video never came to light because I deleted it. I deleted the footage. And she was like, why would you do that? And Heather got in my butt on that one too. She was like full just foot, boot, pow in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like, like let me put on my good boots to just bow right in the back. And so she was like, Dana, don't delete another video. And I'm like, yeah, but whatever. Melissa was like, listen, you make dope videos. You make great content. You know this. Other people know this. Like, it's a known thing. She was like, don't be afraid to put out the one video that's less than the best, because you know you can do it because you have done it. So it's not that you can't do it again. You just didn't this time. And for whatever reason, that just really set me free, because the next video that I made after that was, I think it had just got to, I think it was like, I maybe had just got to 1 year, maybe, or something, maybe being full-time. I don't even think it was that, But I wind up putting out this video, and I remember, thank you to the military for their service and for flying over exceptionally loud currently. Thank you for your service.
Now it's funny because people in the channel, when they hear that, everybody in the channel gonna be like,
look, 100%.
It's a reflexive response.
Right. It's just like, what the, yeah, freaking flying angels or something. But I'm trying to find this video specifically. It was this video on my channel. This one here was the very next video that I put out. If it'll load. But I was just so moved after talking to them. And I'm just going to pause because I don't think she's coming. So, but I was so moved after talking to them that I was just like, I want to make something else then. I don't want to do a tutorial because I was too much in my head or whatever. So this is like, this is that video that y'all have heard me talked about, or it has a clip of that original video from when I first quit my job. And this is the drive home after I just walked out the bank. I tapped my supervisor on the shoulder. I said, you know, hey, such and such, I'm resigning. My keys and my badge are on your desk. Can you badge me out? So you had to get badged to come into the various layers. And she's like, okay. Like, they just knew me for being goofy at times. And I was just like, she's like, going to go to your desk, get you up? Yep. When she got to the desk, I guess she thought that I was just like bothering her or maybe joking, and I wasn't. And so she's like, oh, you got everything? I mean, like, she was so thrown off because she kept turning around. She's like, wait, like what are we doing? Like, is this for real or is this like a joke? Like, no, you can open up any of them cabinets. They empty. Whatever relevant files have been sent and forwarded or whatever. But I made a compilation video, if you will, of just those first things. I'm gonna play it for my own. But at the same time, like, the word tells us that you can't have faith and fear existing in the same body. Made this video. This was coming from the intro. It's just like that, I had the faith to do some stuff, but it's just like not giving really God full space to do what He wants to do in my life, and it just like So if I just skip ahead, y'all can go watch this on your own time, because it was that conversation or whatever. And so this was like, I was vlogging the whole rest of that day. And this is where I'm going to stop it, because at this point, this is the actual literal day that I quit my job. And I'm so thankful I captured this on camera. I had zero intention. So it just leads into from day one till that day. And this was directly that night after I talked to Heather and Melissa. And like I said, it just really set me free because I had so much going on the inside. Like you miss what's right in front of you because you're too busy. Like I said, that comparison stuff is so dangerous. It's a self-administered poison. And so making this video after I had just deleted a video, not feeling good enough about the whatever, then I was like, well, I'm finna make this instead. You know what I'm saying? And so I just kind of shared, and y'all can go through this, still a public video, adding in those vlog clips and stuff like that when I went to Ray's event and all of what happened with that. And then just like all the stuff that happened as a result of quitting, having faith, believing, you know what I'm saying? Like, even when didn't really have nothing, like to the point to where I had no idea of the whatever. Next thing I know, I'm on the slide at Sean's things like
2 months, in fact, shout it out. She just was able to quit her job.
Like, I lost it. At that point, we're live at the event. I'm recording. I freaking lost it. Like, I'm shaking because I wasn't expecting this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just saw me come up on the thing. Like, you know how you looking at the camera and you just kind of like, you look, and I'm like, is that me? Entrepreneurial TV, that I'm pretty sure that's my channel. Yep, it's my channel. And so he was just like, man, I lost it.
People? Y'all, everybody out here in the audience listening right now, all 25 of y'all, do you hear this? Like, fam, this is crazy. And we keep telling people, hey, you just got to do it. You just have to do it. You know, I was talking with Karen last night, and we had a crazy conversation because we were watching Adventure Dude. You sent me on the freaking rabbit hole.
Adventure Archives.
Yeah, whatever. You fired, okay? So we was getting our shabu shabu on, and Karen's like, "What's this new dude?" I was like, "Miss D said watch this," and then we probably watched like 5 or 6 of the videos. I was rabbit hole. I got my little shabu shabu sliding around in the pot. I'm just like, and it's funny because you know where he was in Hokkaido, like that's the last place we visited. Dude, he recorded that straight up like the week after we came home.
Wow.
Like we crisscrossed each other. So he was basically going into some of the same footsteps that we had kind of already recently done. So he's walking around in Sapporo. I was like, yo, we ate at that spot right there. And then so we was watching that for a little bit. And then I go, you know what's crazy is I'm looking at his video and I'm like, I have all of these shots, like exact same shots. I got all of these shots because I was just about to flip my channel to that, right? I had already the plans wrapped out. We were going to go to Seattle like pretty much 3-4 days before the countrywide lockdown hit. We had already booked ourselves to Seattle, had my stuff booked to some secret squirrel spots in Amazon because I got connects over there. You know, it was going to be dope. Like, so I'm like, oh, and then after that, we had planned to go to Portland and then, you know, back to Japan. And so I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna start my channel, my travel channel this year. I thought, you know, 2 weeks off of the planned action and we'll be back to go. Here we sit here a year later, nothing happening.
Right.
But I think there's a conversation in having the wherewithal to switch that plan to just becoming this live creator and helping people with their channels, and how that came about and tell that story. And then Karen was like, that'll make a good video. Cause like I was ready. I mean, I had went and got like I did a couple Patagonia videos. I was showing how the A6400 is a dope travel camera. It was brand new at that time. You know, I had all of the footage. I had everything ready to go to flip my channel into a full travel channel. And if you guys remember, all you guys who've been here for a minute, like Sylvia and Prem, Dr. Elo, yourself, K-Walk, my original doom, 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 it says tech, travel, lifestyle. That was originally what it said on my intro before Vlogmas came and we threw intros right out the window. We was like, intro, out of there. You know? But we were right there, man. Like we were literally right there. I was just about to flip the whole channel. And yes. And then even Karen was like, that'd be a dope video explaining how you have to go with, you know, make that executive decision and do something. And so you did the same thing when you decided to walk. And luckily the TikTok song wasn't out yet because I think you would have busted it out. You walked out and you was like, this job, I quit. You was
Listen, I was so scared. I can't even front. I like to pretend like I'm a gangster out here in East. I was about shaking in my boots. I'm like on some real stuff. So
of course you was scared. You had every right to be, but hey, sometimes you gotta just, you know, like they say, you gotta pay the cost to be the boss.
100%.
And the cost, unfortunately, when you first decide to step on your own, is to take all of the anxiety and take all of the fear and take all of the scariness and ride with it.
Yeah.
Right. Some people
said I would have yelled out, "That's me! That's me!"
You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't. I promise you. Like you think that stuff, and it's like, here's the thing. Here's the thing that documentation does. When I look at that video, because somebody asked what Sean said, we could play it in a second. It's only a couple seconds long, but what or the couple seconds of the clip.
She about to cut you.
So no. So what it was here's the thing.
Gigi, she said, I'm like, that's me on the screen. Yo, that's my entire family. That is my entire family right there.
Okay, listen, every black graduation ever in high, like it don't matter.
It's not even black, Gigi. The Okinawan side of my family, Karen, or it wouldn't have been Karen. It would have been her mom. Her mom would have been like, "Hey, that's your boy!" Like all loud in the middle of the conference.
Hey, 100%. But like, there's the thing. Like, so this clip, like all of the clips that like I put together in this video was important because the thing with documentation, and I want y'all to really, really catch this. The thing with documentation is you see what really happened and not just your perspective or what you remember of how it happened. And the awesome thing is being able to see even more years later of things that you didn't catch in the mindset of last year or in the mindset of 2 years ago. And as you grow more from those experiences, and even more so of just being able to fully relive that moment exactly as it happened because you captured it. And so the way I remember things is me being scared, but what I see is me being confident. Like if I look at it now, I can see me being confident, but on the inside, my stomach was in knots. I was a mess. I was a wreck. And so like, even like somebody asked, they want to see what was Sean saying. It was only a couple seconds. So this came from my buddies, the vlog pastors. So they were there and they were vlogging that experience as well. So they got their own versions of that. And that's the cool thing. All three of us was there. We all linked up and met and stuff like that. It was our first time meeting in person, even though we chat like this, connected and stuff like that online all day long. And so each individual person had their own experience of what they got out of the same event. And it's so dope to watch. But so since y'all asked, I'll play this little quick clip.
In just the last 2 months, in fact, shout it out, she just was able to quit her jobs, have no bosses, become completely her own entrepreneur woman. Own her own business.
Yeah. That's the best I had for you.
She's sitting back there with a little camera. Yo, Miss D was like, look, that's me. I'm back here. I'm controlling this camera.
Look, because I'm like, listen, if the footage gets messed up, y'all going to be mad because you got me snot nose up here. And so...
That's just dope. I mean, that and the thing is, you get to keep that feeling and that memory forever. And here's another thing, people, you got to be able to do. You got to reach back. Okay, when you having one of those days, and we get them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? We get them a lot. You get one of those days where something got your nerves, whatever, and you sit down and you're having a hard time getting your flow. You reach back into your little arsenal, right? This is why people keep swipe files. This is why people keep what they call the awesome file.
Mm-hmm.
You just go look at your awesome file, and then you be like, all right, man, I got this. And so, you know, Stephanie brought it up in the Let's Get Live the other day because my unscreen thing came through, and then again I was on Twitter again. You know, so when I start getting stuck or I can't feel something, I didn't even realize it because I'm busy at Twitter. We're having a conversation about Apple stuff. I'm not thinking about it. One of the guys in our group was like, yo, 682 people is watching that live. I didn't even see that. I wasn't looking at it because I'm not a vanity metrics type of guy. But it's dope to recognize that, yeah, 680 some people was watching it. And the screenshot that you took stated that like 3,000 something folks had already seen the video. Like they were coming and going. There just happened to be 682,000 at the moment that
like concurrent viewers,
concurrent, but there had already been almost 4,000 people had seen, you know, me out in these streets, like wilding out and getting passionate about my Apple kit, because you know how I be. So Stephanie was like, yo, you need to put that in your media file. And I'm like, what media file? And I hear people talk about awesome files and swipe files. I personally had never done it, but after watching you show that just now, I know why you got to do it. Because us imposter syndrome people, when you have that feeling, the only thing you need to do, bust out your little file real quick and be like, yo, I am that cheese player. And then you're good to go. You know, where's my baby powder?
Okay. Pimp game confirmed. But you know, it's just like, that's the thing. It's like, everybody's story of themselves is skewed in one way or another, whether that be good or bad. But the thing is, again, like if I was afraid of which, here's the thing, let's not say that I wasn't. Let's not get it twisted. That does not to say just because I did it, there was no fear. Everything of what I remember was fear. But I just kept confessing. God didn't give me the spirit of fear. I have a life of abundance. There is no lack in my life, and I ain't no punk. Take that to mean what you want, but I'm just I'm confessing the word and I'm just confessing over myself. You are not this weak-minded person. You can do this. You are not less than you think about yourself. You are every day and to physically snap it, I would kind of hit myself in the chest a little bit just to physically embed that into I want every cell to respond to it. You know what I'm saying? Your voice, and that's the reason why affirmations matter, because your voice and you saying something matters. But I would kind of hit myself to just that. And that's kind of why if you see in animalistic natures and approach, you'll see that's most commonly attributed to, you look at gorillas, and they beat their chest. They're asserting the dominance for a specific thing, the way that they move and stuff like that. And so because you think about the nature of us as human beings and how we respond and the energy that we release and the presence that you take up, I just needed to take up that space for me. And so hitting myself is telling hey, you, imagine somebody push you in your chest. I'm pushing at myself though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you ain't weak. You know what I'm saying? You got this. Get it together.
Remember the old black and white bare knuckle boxing fisticuff movies?
Yeah. Put them here. Come on. Let's see it.
Why I ought to stock you one.
Listen, but you see they do the roundup. Boop.
Yeah.
Get them every
exactly. Exactly the case. And you know what's funny is what you said about the affirmations is so true.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always telling people in our community, right? You got to say it every day. I'm a creator. It's important. Even Liz just said in chat earlier when you was lost somewhere in there, she was like, yo, we need to do an affirmations video for people to see, and get themselves juiced up before you go on camera. Crazy stuff. I used to just put a piece of tape on Karen's computer to say, you got this,
Oh.
And I got my Big Papi right over there because I look at Big Papi and I just do the routine right before I get ready to do something difficult.
100%.
I just copy the Big Papi routine, but he's sitting right there on purpose. The reason why I got Big Papi is right there because that's a kid who caught all of the teasing until he wasn't teasing. Went over the green wall. He walk around the base, say hi to everybody. Hey, Mike, how's the kids?
Right.
I'll be back when my bat up again. I'll be back again. I'll holler at you to get the answer. He just keep walking by, 100%. And then next time he's up the back, gone again. He walk back. Hey, Mike, hey, how's the kids again?
Hey,
and so it's that's the truth, man.
I'm trying to see something that this would be easy to read, maybe against, but this says why this matters in all caps, to them. I don't know if y'all may be able to see this. You may not be able to. But it's just a little sticky tab.
Just on your little case. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this stays on this computer monitor, which is where most of my stuff does, just so I can keep the focus off of me and always be put it onto who am I trying to help? You know what I'm saying? Because it's easy to watch stuff whatever else somebody else is putting out.
It's why people put the picture of their kids on their desktop.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If you got a picture of your kids on the desktop or that ride that you want or whatever, and everybody in the office be clowning that person, right? The person that got their little trip, Santorini, got the little white houses on the side of the hill is on their desktop. People oh yeah, you going to Greece. Ha ha ha. They be all laughing and joking. And they be like, hey, yo, what's Sylvia at? Oh, I heard Andrew went to Greece. What? Really? Oh, I thought. Oh, then now they forget all that little clowny ass jokes, when they were not understanding you manifesting or your little cubicle, you got your whip all pent up. And then you show up to work one day with that brand new LAC ATC sounds bumping. You get out, engine still running. They be like, you left your car on. You be like,
Pimping since been pimping since been pimping.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I gotta go outside and start my car. Why? Because I gotta get it warmed up because we about to leave. I got you. Go outside, car all warm. When you get it ready to go, take the staff to lunch. I'll drive. You know, and they'd be like, "What?" And then you get out the car, you just press the little thing, and it park by itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then be like, "Oh, we thought you was joking with your little pictures on the cubicle."
With your little pictures on the. Let me tell you something. Like I promise you, I use more sticky notes for myself when I probably worked at the bank than I did for the bank purposes. I'm sorry. I'll send you one in a pack in the mail.
How much people did you get talking about your little YouTube channel when you was at the bank?
I don't even know, because you know it goes from like a quick joke to chats and you know what I'm saying, like the whole stuff, and then it comes back around from somebody that you had that has your confidence or whatever, but they don't know that y'all cool like that. Like, hey, you know such and such is just like dogging you. I'm like, it is what it is, because joke's on them, because they just don't have a dream. It's not like I'm doing better than you kind of stuff. It's like, no, joke's on you because you're suffering in your life. It has like, it has, you know what I'm saying? So like, even like when I go back, the reason why I did this video the way that I did was just to like, nobody's going to tell your story the way you're going to tell it. And so like, I just did a screenshot of this clip of me working. I was putting out stuff on Upwork. I was thinking like, man, I get some Fiverr gigs in here. I put the post out to the whatever. And then it's like I'm like, I don't know what that grind is going to look like or how many leads I need per day. Like I had nothing. I had nothing. But I paused it there and I transitioned into the like me talking like I had no idea what was going to happen. Like all the things. I'm going to play this. Just personal effect. And I had nothing. Like I would have like $94 or $96 to my name once all of my bills were paid, which they were, and I did that while I was at work. But at this point, like I just want you to know, I had no idea what I was doing. But at the same time, I loved that I was able to capture that conversation, and even just for me to pull the camera out of my bag and to sit it on the seat next to me in the car and let it roll while I'm talking to my friend, it was legit. It took me everything that I had to hit record on that camera because I was so afraid. So let that sink in. At this point, I am so afraid right now. Like, I don't know if anything beyond what's happening in this moment will continue to happen. I have no idea what my next step is going to be. I just legit knew I couldn't keep living the way I was living. Okay, I gotta stop. I'm getting emotional. I can't take no more.
Catching the feels. And this is why I was so mad about not documenting, because it's kind of dope sometimes to go back and look at that and see your progress. Now you know your why, you know,
right?
Like again, Simon Sinek, man, and the knowing your why thing was so impactful for me, because I just did all kind of stuff because I was doing it. But like knowing your why is like, yo, it's a game changer. And
I mean,
I like what G said. You're born for this, right?
Facts. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, for real, it's like literally my stomach was like disgusting the next 3 days, like after I quit. Like I just couldn't hold nothing. And I wasn't eating, like I was barely sleeping. Every time I got up, I was super nervous. Like, should I even be sleeping now? Should I just be like to like a 3-4 hour? Like I knew nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what the pattern was gonna be. Nothing. I didn't know if I was gonna eat. So I'm like, am I really that hungry enough to eat? Yeah, I'm like, I'm gone. But every time I would think something bad, I would try to affirm what truth is and what I'm believing for. So the fact that it was literally 60 days, I had never driven out of a town in like my own car or nothing. I usually fly or whatever, but hadn't been able to travel like that. So the last probably like out of town trip was the first Grow With Video Live in like 2018. And so I had just hit 500 subscribers at that event. And so when it's like literally 60 days later, I'm going out of town, I'm driving my car, And just that drive that morning is so iconic to me because it was so liberating. It was so freeing. There was nothing like this in the whole world. I flipped when I got the tickets for Ray's event. He was like, you can come. You're part of the team. You get VIP. So everything's taken care of. Plus you get the VIP extra day. I'm like, what? So got the money to drive there. Got the money to get an Airbnb. And I'm just like I'm like something went out on the car. I think the alternator went out and something else went out. So me and my dad are working on my car like the day before or whatever. It's like nothing happens until something happens. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like, so my dad was like, you sure you want? I'm like, Dad, I gotta go. Like, I can't not go. Like, I have to. And he's like, okay, we're gonna get it done.
And like all of the roadblocks that people stop, all the tests that people stop, they all come.
Mm-hmm.
And half the time we walk right past them because we're ready. And other half the time you just sitting in the corner crying because you think it's about to take you out.
Yep.
And so it's all about how you see it. You know what I mean? Les Brown, obstacle are those cute, funny little things that pop up when you on the way to your goal, you know? So if you're not on your way to your goal, it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even affect you. So it's kind of funny how that happens.
Right. And it's just like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about, like, I don't share the stuff about the bank. Like, I hate those people or I didn't like them or whatever, or nothing like that or whatever. I just, like, like, I just remember the one time I got in trouble about something, use that word loosely, and they was like, you can't do something. I'm like, but that doesn't make sense. It's not efficient. It doesn't whatever. And it's just like, you just need to follow the rules and blah, blah, blah kind of a stuff. And I just remember, like, I'm like, I know I'm right, but I'm wrong because I have no control over nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I remember I was so angry, I was shaking. And I never really ever get that mad, like for real mad. But I was just like, and the thing I remember thinking at the most, like, I don't even belong here. Like, that's why I was like, I don't even belong here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just like that. And so it wasn't too much longer after that I ended up walking out the door. But I just was like, I was so like, and then it's like, because that's the one, it's like, oh, who thinks she all of that, this, and that, or whatever. And it's like, now look at you kind of stuff or whatever. It's like, oh, you know, it's just like all the stuff. And I'm just like, y'all don't know I'm 2.32 seconds from taking this rolling chair and slamming you across the back of your head. And I will wait for the police to get here. Like, I'm just there. You know what I'm saying? I'm like full on, just like, I'm like, but it's not nobody's fault other than mine because I'm still here. And I was like, I don't know what it's going to take for me to get the hell out of here, but I just have to. And so the have to was just literally just walking out because I have to. You know what I'm saying? Kind of a deal. So, shout out to Sylvia Nixon for the super chat. I appreciate you.
Right. It's just coming through.
Saying great editing for impact. It just, you know what? That was like, that video is when it's just kind of like, it's full essence of the moment. Like, when I got through editing that video, I boo-hooed and I cried because in a year, it's like in no time flat, my life had changed significantly to, you know what I'm saying, stuff I still can't keep up with the great things that are happening. And so it's just like, I lost it. I watched it and I had to get up from the desk and I walked off because I lost it. But you know what I'm saying? So it's just like trying to convey in a video form where I was at and how I was feeling. And so, like I said, that video, again, shout out to Melissa and Heather over at Think Media, because they helped free me in a moment when I was starting to lock up about like, man, this may be just a minute. It ain't gonna last. And the video's got to be perfect. Or what if I fail? I'm gonna be looking for another job. And I was only full time for like 60 days barely, you know, it's like, or kind of a deal. So it's just like, you know, and so you have all those things and you just got to keep confessing the word, keep confessing the truth and the things that you believe about yourself. And so I didn't know if that feeling was ever going to go away, but I know the gratitude never did. So just like it wasn't editing, like trying to make anybody else emotional. It was just trying to edit so I could tell my story best as I would tell it, versus, you know, you wait for something to happen and then try to let somebody else hope they get the concept of your story right. What's going on, the Ignited Teacher? Good to see you. Glad that you are here. Saying wow, saying yep, that's how I feel about the school system. And you know, it's stuff like that, and you know that it's something that you're supposed to be doing when you just can't get up off of it.
Yep.
Like you just can't come up off of it. That's how you know you're supposed to be doing. And that's what I knew. Like I was already doing stuff. I'm doing like literally like a presentation every week because I'm doing these videos. And so I'm learning to speak better. I'm learning to communicate a message better. I'm learning to connect and reach with people. I'm learning the skill of YouTube. I'm learning the skill of freaking copywriting. I'm learning all these different things. I'm doing this and that, whatever. I'm learning to build an email list. I'm learning like all this different stuff. And it's like, I know I'm getting better, but I'm like, damn, how much longer it's going to take? You know what I'm saying? Like I just was at my wit's end, you know? So I'm like, man, what else I got to, I'm like, if I got to.
So if you go back to Vlogmas, I covered this, and it's one of those things that's mad funny, but that concept of 3 feet from gold.
Yeah.
Right. It's so many people give up right before it's about to pop, you know, and that's when it gets scary. So this is the reason why, you know, they say dance like, you know, nobody's watching, or just keep doing what you're doing. Whatever the parables that you use to keep yourself going, you got to do it, because right around the corner is the answer.
Facts.
You know, and maybe the test, you know, for the universe, or the test for God, is to see if you really committed. Because people say that they want to do stuff, and then they kind of like half do it, right? And then there's the folks that be just committed, like they put in the work, they put in the sweat, the pain, like, you know, the roadblocks. They just laugh in the face of danger, ha ha ha. The next thing, those are the people that win. They be in the right spot. You know, it's like, oh, he got lucky. No, he was in the right spot at the right time, because you wouldn't be in the right spot if you weren't doing the work to be there. You know, if you was still, I'm thinking about, or I'm fitna, you wouldn't have been where you was when they got the deal from the venture capitalists, or where they got the, you know, that lucky piece of footage that people figured out they could shoot, and then they become, you know, this person. So yeah, it's just, it's dumb. It's dumb. Everybody thinks there's some random shortcut or some secret, or there's some people that got lucky. Luck stands for labor under correct knowledge. Period. Point blank. End of story.
Facts.
I do not believe in luck. I can't stand when people talk about that mess.
Facts. And like, it's crazy because like I can go back, and that's the thing. It's like, so you look on my channel, I don't know how many videos is I'd have to go to the back of the thing. This video is going to turn 5 years down here in June of this year. So these will go from 4 years to 5 years. So in 5 years time, like I said, I was doing the 1 video per week. Even this, I'm scared to play it. I was thinking about this yesterday for whatever reason, and I didn't have, because I deleted my original podcast, but like my voice sound different. It's weird. We're going to go into weirdness now.
Welcome to the Small Business Startup Podcast, where we share everything you need to know, not just to start your business.
All right.
Launch your business.
All right. Thanks.
Sharing powerful
Oh,
information
gosh.
and tips from the best business minds in the country. We'll be featuring authors, entrepreneurs.
Okay. Can we just like universally agree on the corniness, but whatever, like mind your business. I'm just skip ahead to hopefully where I'm talking. Like with other brands that we use, they can't force us to do anything. Okay, well, but it's still my so pause for the cause. This is the best I could do for the thing. It was okay, I guess, for the time, but I started to upload the old podcast, and I eventually took all those down. But shout out to the Audio Technica ATR 2100 for the good audio. But it's just like, you can, like, y'all can go and look at this mess if you want to. But I'm just saying, like, so I'm doing the work. Just making stuff, a blender. I didn't know what the hell. I was like, whatever, just did fine. But I'm just like, I'm testing stuff. I'm like, okay, where I want to go. And then I'm like, okay,
No, you
I find my vein.
At least we got some consistency there. My old joints was like, bruh, just all over the map. I'm making tea. I'm making cake. I'm like reviewing a piece of equipment, reviewing bags, reviewing Birchbox.
Let's take a straight down memory lane. Let's go to Doc Channel, y'all.
Just I'm over them days when I wanna be all alone, when you're crazy inside. Can't hit that note.
Right. He's like,
don't take me personal. Listen, Monica. Don't take it personal. I used to always say that to people. They'd be like, what? I'm like, yeah, don't take it personal.
Like, and that's the thing. It's like, so like today's podcast I'm gonna be recording, which is funny that we kind of got off into this subject. It just kind of went there. Today's episode on the podcast is going to be dealing with the fear of being on camera. And so I bring all that stuff up because I had those same fears. I just kept doing it anyway. Because it's like, what's the contrast?
Check out that putt though, that 47-second putt, bro. Come on, man. I'm just saying, y'all don't want to step to me on the golf course.
I mean,
man, YouTube is a 47-second clip. What you doing?
Saying no.
Oh, you know it's vidIQ stats and stuff loaded.
Shout out to Tiger Woods, y'all. What is this? Negative 20p?
Hey, you know how it was?
It was.
Look at your boy. I got my Michelle Lawrence shirt on. Just whack it. Cha-king, and watch it. Here it come. Here it come.
Whoa.
Okay. Come on, player. I don't know why they try to step to me.
That gets a thumb up. I like how you added in the extra sound effect. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh yeah, I just thought I was being cool. I mean, look at that. I was trying to be like the tennis pro. I'm on vacation. I'm out here showing people why they need to come out to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my boy, we was all about. I'm still about journaling, but I did a whole thing about writing in your Moleskine. That was my old school green screen setup from way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the little glyph pod for put your iPhone on. Like I was all over the map. I just didn't have. Yeah, I was everywhere. I was everywhere that needed to be somewhere.
That needed to be.
I thought that's how you did it, man. Like all of this niche and stuff people talk about, it's not new, but it's probably within like the last, say, 7 or 8 years. I mean, I've been out here for 2006, bro. June of 2006. I'm like 15
You are
years
now
old,
entering into the Doc Rock effects.
Yeah.
Get into
I was
it.
just busy showing off my skills instead of making content.
The glyph is constructed out of possibly post-waste.
I had B-roll game though from day one.
Did.
I'm a video editor, son.
Unobtainium. It's pretty solid. The glyph has a standard quarter 20 threaded hole in the bottom.
Let's hear you sounding like PVS Studios over here.
The other thing the glyph is great for is it's a nice little media stand for your.
Not bad, Doc. Not bad.
Not
bad.
Is that audio though?
This is Doc Rock coming to you from the airport. Audio with the nice B-roll. The B-roll shots is legit though. B-roll shots is legit, so we'll give it to you there. But it's just the idea though. We all got old content, old stuff, old whatever. And like, I promise y'all, if you ever just feeling some kind of way, go back to somebody's old videos. And like even Sean, he uses his a lot as well, where he got like a half sheet that's like falling down that he just chose not to move. He's like, I'm not going to be energetic. I'm not, coming to you if and if I'm entertaining, then cool. And it's just like he can barely get through that mug for like 10 seconds or whatever. So everybody has that video. So I was just
they out there, bro. They out there. So yeah, just don't beat yourself up, man. Just got to do it. That camera confidence comes from being on camera. I love what you said earlier. I was washing dishes or something this morning. I know what I was. I was making a toast, and you said when you get stuck or you quote unquote stuck, just go like this, 15 seconds. I am doing this thing live. I am showing folks XYZ, blah, blah, blah. This is how you do it. Boom, hang up. Content made. 15 seconds. Just like speak to it real quick. Content made. Done.
Facts.
You actually finish something for the day. And all of those days that you finish something, you're adding to the community. Okay, was the teacher Ignite? I need her to help me learn.
Okay.
Ignited teacher. Okay.
Please help
the
Dr. Rock.
cumulative, man, whatever.
Cumulative?
The additive facts of the content, especially if it's searchable because it's something that you put written word to as well. That's your Google food. That is your Google authority. So when they come back and be like, yo, I want to know the secret to make sure that when I go fishing for crappies, like I absolutely going to catch crappies. Like and then they'll be like, oh, you got to check out SK's crappie catching adventures because, you know, even when there's not a video to go to Instagram and be like, did you know if you string 3 pieces of corn onto the hook and use a lightweight and kind of flick it, the crappies are attracted to it, and then you caught one. You know, like I just make it mess up. That's how you catch catfish. But you know, like SK, instead of just only doing a YouTube thing, if you're also doing the Instagram thing and whatever, and you're always adding that additive or cumulative, I think I said it right at the time, value, you become the expert. And then next thing you know, people trying to get the merch, people trying to buy your special hooks, they're trying to buy your special bait recipe formula, whatever.
Yeah.
And then you're making that loot outside of just the YouTube videos. So this is why when I open my TikTok, I'm like, damn it, there's Diana again. Like she everywhere. I cannot get away from her. I talk to her in the company meeting. I talk to her on the phone. We crack up at night, make fun of folks. And then I go home, I'm cooking dinner. I open Instagram. She be up in there like, oh, did you know the ZB1? I was like, there she go again. I was like, never mind Instagram. We open up TikTok. Hi, this is Diana Gladney. Welcome to TikTok. I'm like, what?
Welcome to TikTok.
Open up. I open up any app. There is a country face on my screen with something else to say about content creation, writing copy that sells, or the ZV1. And I'm just like, when did she do all of this? But now when someone says, you know what, we need a female with some authority to come and explain this to them. They might even go that far. They might just be, we need a person of video authority to come and explain to Entrepreneur folks how to get their video game on. And then now she's a social media examiner, people of video, like the colorful content creation panel, as the resident Black people expert, whatever. I'm telling you, you guys have seen nothing yet. We all can be like, I know her when it just be her and Doc clowning on TV, but it won't be long for she's sitting across from Oprah going, well, Oprah, let me tell you how it started. I walked into my boss at the bank. I wanted to slap, but I just like, you know what, Gladys, I'm ghost.
Gladys,
I went in the car. I went in the car and cried, and then I started making YouTube videos. And now I got 10 million followers on all the things, and the 14th book is coming out. And,
Say that.
Yeah, I just bought a house next to my brother Doc in Hawaii.
You know,
and yeah, we going on vacation.
Facts.
So
this is true.
All of these things can happen. And we'll all be able to say we was there. But if you're not sure if it all works, you're looking at it like it's working right now. Where you going next week?
This weekend, I'm going to San Diego.
See, already. I'm saying, like, it's already happening, people. And you're watching it happening, still making excuses as to why you can't get started. You literally have watched Sister Girl over the last year move up. And y'all, some of y'all folks is still sitting there. I know Sylvia don't fit that description because she came in the group. Any of y'all need help writing a book? And it was like, oh.
Facts.
Then, so I just followed her because of that, because I'm like, I kind of need to write a book. Then turns out, oh yeah, not only do we write books, but we can make shirts. And then I was like, oh, what? I need shirts. I got a shirt team here in Hawaii, but they're not going to be about shipping stuff all over the planet. And I said, let me just slide into the DM. Hey, Miss Lady Girl, how you doing? How can I get one of these shirts? And then she's like, oh, just, send the design, talk to my husband, whatever. And then next thing you know, they creating merch for every people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Exactly.
go to pressandstore.com and look at the thing. I seen it when we started, and there was like me and Ms. D and a couple folks, and now there's a lot of folks, and it's fitting to be more. Y'all don't even know. Like, the big deals are dropping because they put in the work, they showed up, had to be where they had to be, and they was ready. The reason why you're not getting, Ms. D, get your little camera out and write this down. I'm about to do one of these. I got to stretch. All right. Wait, I might as well turn mine on because I'm about to say something and it might come out good. And then I could be like Ms. D and put it on TikTok. Okay, let me get my little scream out. Hit my little chord button. Okay, listen, folks. The reason why you're not getting your little vanity number, your subscribers or your movement or whatever, is because you're not ready. You have to present yourself as ready. You have to tell, hey, people, I'm ready. Hey, people, I'm a content creator. Hey, I am ready to go. When you start behaving like you're ready, the start gun will pop. So the Nixons behaved like they were ready. They came in. I'm not even going to say they had a plan. I'm not even going to blow their smoke that hard to say they had a plan or anything, but they came in with the confidence and the mindset that they was finna do it. Sylvia got up every morning in her little prayer circle, and they prayed to the Lord that they was going to get what they were fitting to get. And all of a sudden, the faucet went, and clean, beautiful, ready to drink, ice cold water comes out, and now their cup runneth over.
Listen,
you finished marinating on that,
man.
They presented themselves as ready. I'm telling you, when you present yourself as ready, the faucet comes on, and then you are no longer over here thirsty.
Yeah.
And nothing is more trifling on the internet than watching thirsty folks begging and crying for. Don't need to beg and cry for business. Just present yourself as ready, and the business will come.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
When I decided, because what her name, Stephanie said, dude, you got to stop it with the drive-by lives. You need to come in and do a purposeful show on time, show up every week, be there for your people, and then they will come. And I go, oh, but I want my studio to be this, and I feel like because I'm a DJ, I got to be like a certain way. And she was like, shut up, turn the camera on, schedule your shows. I'm like, okay, I schedule for every Tuesday, and then I called her like a week later. She said, no, I changed my mind. I scheduled for every Tuesday and every Saturday. And I showed up every Tuesday and Saturday since June of last year. And then what happens in February? Katie calls me up and says, you're killing this Ecamm stuff. We want to grow this Ecamm stuff. We need you. Who, me? I'm out there with the double pronoun. Who, me? Yeah, okay, I'm ready. So you just got to be ready. And even if you don't think you're ready, if you present yourself as ready, it'll happen. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I love that. Present yourself as ready. That's the thing for like everything moving forward. Present yourself as ready. So I'm scrolling back through the comments. I did see some questions I wanted to ask. So Prima saying, how do you zero in on your niche? Let me help release you from that real quick. Sometimes you don't know, and that's okay. Because I launched with the best clarity that I had, which is I wanted to help small businesses understand how to start a small business in general, just the very basic bare bones. Simple gift ideas for startups, simple tips for a home startup based business, how to go live on a Facebook business page, the best books, 5 money saving tips for startup entrepreneurs, the importance of focus. This was how this creates Facebook. I don't remember what the other one was. Personal development, channel trailer. 5 apps for entrepreneurs, depression and entrepreneurship, how to track small business expenses. And then I started getting off into camera stuff about there. And it just like, then it became
I'm laughing
harder.
at Prem's comment about the Color Folk Summit.
Oh, hey.
I'm catching them comments too.
Coming to a theater near you. Coming to a theater near you. But yeah, but so this is where, and these are not even all the videos I eventually went to delete. other ones back in the day, which I really wish I hadn't, but I've unlisted some thus far. But by the time I got here, I had started falling in love with video. But you see how it looked though. They looked like this hair. Dark, not well lit, background well lit. Plenty of problems going on there. And my voice sounded weird. Oh Lord, I don't want to play a video from back then. Go back. So,
oh yeah.
So
and people write this down, like us people with our special level of melanin, we need to white balance more. I know they call it white balance, it should call it color balance, but we need to white balance more.
We need it.
We would go hard purple or hard green way quicker than less melanated folks.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, it looks
just to
bad.
get your stuff right, because it's like orange here, dark there, kind of okay there with slight greenish tint. But it's like sometimes you don't know when you're releasing your content, the what's what. So it started to sprinkle in here. That's a video about camera stuff. Then I'm like, okay, I like the Filmora editing thing because I had switched from Camtasia, and I was still trying to make stuff that was on brand. Did something about a super cheap action camera. Then I was like, well, I can help people with video stuff. I couldn't. And then I did the cheap microphone thing, a Wistia video tool from back in the day, and then the Canon M3. So like you start seeing it sprinkle in more. And then I had upgraded to the M6 from the M3 and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? 7 tips kind of a deal, whatever. More video stuff. Now you're seeing more video, switch cameras again. Still some stuff in here, more video related things. And then I just got to the point that I was like, it's time to switch now, because I'm out of love with what I thought I was going to do and where I started. And now I'm full on, and you just see from here on out, videos on video stuff. And then you see it's getting more clarity, even more clarity. Still working on my craft. M50 video series started here. So you can see the progression of finding the niche, practicing the contents, paying for stuff, and investing in courses and all the things, putting that stuff to work and keep doing it. And like, even with this was still like this PayPal here versus Square Card Reader, this video still does exceptionally well. Currently at 64,000 views. This one and my other banking videos probably gonna be the first ones to hit 100,000 views on a video or whatever. But I still was like cranking out other stuff, and just practicing and trying and practicing and trying to get better. And, you know what I'm saying? Eventually then I found kind of like my groove a little bit, still working at other stuff. The videos are starting to get better and get more traction and things like that. And then you got Vlogmas, so I can kind of like experiment more with getting faster. And so then past that, getting more into the content of the stuff that you see how it really wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? And now you see the progression forward and where stuff is kind of like today. So it really ain't been that long. When you just kind of scroll through it like that, few page scrolls, and now you see like we up to where we at now. You know what I'm saying? So it's really...
Man, Prem just dropped some fire. Whoa. Prem, that is so true. Oh my goodness, that is so true. I never thought about that.
Hold on, let me scroll. Is it bottom or at the top? Okay.
That's the second to last comment. I am going to steal that entire comment, Prem, and I'm going to make a video about that. I BS you not. That is fire. That is so fire.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, so, but that's true also. It's like it's telling the story. Like you can see. Yeah. You see the progress.
Many stories revealed.
Right. So, you know what I'm saying? Up until like it's just more of an so sometimes you start a niche you don't know. But you start with where you're at, and every new video you try to get more clarity than you did the last time. So I know there's another question up here. We're gonna answer some questions, then I'm gonna go ahead and close out because this ain't no 5-hour interview.
There was one about like getting the A6400 dialed in. I mean, Ms. D got the videos on the channel, or you can try to book yourself a session and just sit there with your hands on it. But
I mean,
just watch the video.
So where we at? Yeah. Kanji Studios. So yeah, I mean, like, and that's the thing. I have the video if you haven't watched it, which you don't need to go through all of these. Go back up to the top, go to home. And then if you scroll down, getting started with Sony cameras for video, this setup thing for the Sony a6400 video is here, and it walks you through every menu setting that you need to change to optimize your camera for video.
I'm gonna call some people at Sony and just tell them to include that link in the box on the QR code instead of you do the QR code they send you. It sends you to this like convoluted thing. I'm gonna need y'all to change your QR code to Miss D video.
Man, and it's like so I pointed out something just now that I need to change that I thought was in this playlist of new to getting started, which should be the lighting video, but it's not in here actually. So that's something for me to change, but I can go to here and find it real quick. So watch that one. If you want, it's still, here's the thing, whether you hire me to help you set up the camera in that way, I'm walking you through the same steps. So if you do that first and then you decide you do want to book a session, then you can do that. But yeah, my website is the best place for that. But if you go to a lighting video that I did, I've been creating a lot of content, yo. Like, ain't
I
no
just
slouch
told you
over
that.
here.
Like, y'all go, hey, somebody open up TikTok. I'm just telling you.
I feel where people be like, I'm like, they be like, can you just give me the link to the video? And be like, man, you can just, oh, never mind. My bad. It is a lot, huh? You know? So here's one lighting video on white balance here. It took me a minute and I make these joints. All right. So this one here and this one here.
But see, that's what I mean.
About
just
my
in
lighting.
the thumbnail, you can see it. You can see it in the thumbnail. If you look at the one that she did at the top, where it's like orange, like I see some Trump still skin joint right there. And that's just a simple, white balance setting that if you're not paying attention, it's not there. What's up, Licio?
Brother Alicio didn't popped in here. But yeah, it's like, so that's what I would suggest. I always try to suggest people go through the free content first. So when we actually do a session, I'm not just taking you through the exact same things that's on a free video. We can go to that next layer deeper of what you actually need help with. So that if you book a 30-minute session or if you book an hour session, it's actually what you would actually need. So I'm not for like, hey, book my will. I'll walk you through the settings. I already did a 52-minute video, like exactly for that. And I'll always ask you, did you watch the video and did you optimize it first? And say, yes. Okay, now what's your problem? Oh, I noticed that it's okay. Now let's start there. So go through that, see what you have. And then if you still want to do so, but you can definitely hit me up on my website on the Work With Me page to get more details for that if you really do need help on some real stuff. So let me scroll down. My bad, y'all. But it's been a great conversation. Kevin said the exact thing we did that with our baking business. That's a side hustle, showed up professional and branded. People took notes. So I like even said, so like, here's the thing. I am still to this day getting all kinds of stupidity comments on the Clubhouse Vlogmas video that I did because I started it and said, are you on Clubhouse or do you have an Android phone? That statement there is a digital slap in the face, and I piss people off every day that click on that video, and it was not for them. And they like, I got the APK for the app, and or it's one on the Android. That one is not by the right company, but have fun. What? That's dumb. Who would you do with them? Okay, let me go. Exhibit number 99. The Podcast Culture Conference that was just held on Saturday, March the 13th on the Clubhouse app. The first podcast conference hosted on Clubhouse. Please allow me to go to Exhibit 99.997 with Sean Anthony, Mario Armstrong, Carlette Hewitt, Nikki Saunders, David Shands, Amy Porterfield, on and on and on through all of these amazing people that are on here that are doing incredible and amazing things. And oh my gosh, well, good golly gumdrops, we look who's there.
With a T.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Shout out to Ecam. Right. Robert Greenlee, who Rob was on my very first podcast that I had. And I interviewed him. He's a legend. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to stuff. So to be reconnected again, and like I'm a speaker at this thing, like, and so when I got the invitation, it said, we have had your name come up many, many times. What are you doing on this day? I was going to attend anyway, but when I got asked to be a speaker, I'm like, yes, and amen, and all right then. So when you see that you sharing a stage, like Carla is dope. You had DJ Face on there freaking killing it. Lee, I can't remember exactly how she pronounced her last name, Uhara or something like that. On there, incredible. So
that's an important one.
What did you say?
Uehara. That's an important one.
Uehara. Okay. So, but you know what I'm saying? But it's just the idea. So like I said, if you didn't have a business and you're just there as a consumer, you didn't need to watch that video. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, but if you obviously are searching about it, you find it. So, but this is like the kind of stuff that I was talking about. Like, it's not about being an early adopter or something else. It's just about being positioned to be ready. So this happens. This wouldn't have happened otherwise. You're not on there. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, or you're not engaging.
People, you gotta present yourself as ready. If you present yourself as ready, it will happen.
And it's like, so this is,
I don't know how to describe it.
This is Nikki Saunders, who let me slide over so she get the full scope of here. Nikki Saunders, if you know who E.T. do I have one? Hold up.
From Nikki.
My bad. Oh.
That's why it's funny, because you ain't seen it.
No.
And I was like, yo, Nikki did the drive-by through the right real quick.
Okay. I'm like, oh, it's this too. Oh, excuse me. Let me start. Hold on. Wait a minute. Espérate. Coño. Okay, listen. So, shout out to Nikki and Moose, the Nikki and Moose, the podcast, the podcast that you need to listen to if you're talking about building a personal brand and understanding branding as a whole. You need to watch that. And they have a YouTube channel, so check them out. I didn't even know she was in here. What's up? Good to see you. We live. Oh, shout out to Alicio. Appreciate you too, brother. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. My bad. I'm faced over here, so I apologize. I will catch up to the chat. But no, I was just finna get ready to share about, like, again, we say position yourself to be ready. And so, like, you look at who you're sharing the stage with and who you're connected with. I met Carlette on Clubhouse. Carlette and I then connected on Instagram. So when this goes down and I get the invitation, it's coming from Carlette. You know what I'm saying? So, and then Geshin over here, where you at? He right here. He also connected with me also. I met him on Clubhouse. We connected on Instagram. We are also, you know what I'm saying? So it's just, again, about building relationships, genuine relationships and connections, not because you want something out of people, but just imagine you're included at an event, and a lot of us do know, respect, and love and admire Amy Porterfield, like on some real stuff. You know what I'm saying? And her session was absolutely dope. And she was just super personable. And you know how easy it was? As easy as having an iPhone, because you wasn't so stuck up on yourself and protecting the Android brand that pays you nothing. And people that missed that video, when I was saying this back during Vlogmas, it was a Vlogmas video. I had no intentions of trying to rank that video or turn it into nothing or whatever. But it's like, I watched, she works with, and first of all, her own content by itself is freaking brilliant. So if you don't know who Nikki Saunders is, freaking Google her. Just go to Instagram and follow her. Nikki and Podcast is in the chat. Nikki and Moose Podcast is in the chat. So it's like David Shantz, dope content creator. So just think about that kind of a thing and who you have access. And that was the point of what I was saying about Clubhouse.
So here's the part that's a little bit missed, right? We were talking earlier about your awesome file or your swipe file, right? If you just look, your name is on the same screen as like Sean Anthony, Carlette, Nikki, Amy, the mother, Porterfield, David Shantz, Gaston Preston. I mean, like, your name is on this list of like kin folks that's doing things. And then so, you know, like, sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it don't. But guilty by association. Now, when someone's a next conference, right? Sorry, a little Jamaican slip. When another conference comes looking, and I know JFK is laughing because I said the next one because he will understand that being Jamaican, and Andrew too. When someone's looking, there's like, let me check out these speakers, and they're looking at speakers who've done another thing in podcast, and maybe they go see this splash page, and they'll be like, oh, let me talk to this Diana chick, because you're on the thing next to all of those kin folks who's already there. So how do you get roped into these things? And then people are like, well, how come she got to be the speaker? She that because she presented herself as ready, because she put in the work, because she put in the confidence level to know that I can stand up here and do my thing, because you didn't listen to those imposter syndrome comments that come from your own head because of dumb stuff people say in your comment feed, right? Comments are analytics. That's it.
Facts.
After you take the ones that you need and you answer them and you help them, you build your tribe. The ones that try to throw shade, I can't speak English today, they just help it move in your analytics. The algorithm loves comments.
Yeah.
So let them, they can call you whatever the heck they want to call you 10, 15 times. I'll be like, hey, repeat that. Hey, repeat that. Keep it going. Throw some more hate because they're just helping you out while they hate.
Right. It is what it is. Exactly. And so it is what it is. You have to think about protecting this at all costs. This is the most valuable asset that you own. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get another one. I ain't seen a successful transplant yet. And furthermore, it don't have my essence, so I probably wouldn't want it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the you know what I'm saying? Like, it's different. Maybe that person is more hip to it. I enjoy my nerdiness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to watch anime and be in books.
Gladney Essence. I'm selling these joints. Hit me up
if you're looking for a little shot of essence.
Put a little spritz in your coffee in the morning.
Okay, get that for you. Available at dinagladney.com. Shipping international. Let me see if we had some comments or whatever. So I've been on the ground watching videos that led me to your channel. As I was doing some research, I reached out before with the tabletop recording about my ISO. Okay, well, just send me an email, shoot me an email, or you can sign up for a consultation, whatever you prefer. I'd rather say, if you feel like you need the consultation, you can do that first, or you can just hit me up on email. There's a contact form on the website, dinagladney.com, that you can send that and we can start discussing like what you need or what you need help with. But yeah, the website has the access that you're looking to get there. And so let me catch up. The Ignited teacher saying, I have a dry erase board in my office that has a horrible glare. You got to move it. Like, these glasses don't have, like, you see the light there? These glasses don't have the anti-reflective coating. I just ordered some more glasses so that I have the anti-reflective coating. But since it doesn't, what I have here is I would just keep up. One, I switched all my stuff to dark version so that I don't get that glare. Because if I just go to like the Amazon page, you see how that pops up in the side of my glasses as I'm looking at the camera lens. But when I switch to dark mode, you don't see that. So I also use darker backgrounds and stuff like that to kind of help with these. My other glasses didn't have these problems. And then the lady messed me up on these pairs. So I got some new glasses coming that have the anti-reflective coating. So at best you can do is re-angle the light and switch to like dark modes and stuff to block the glare in your glasses. And if you have something that's white in front of you or reflective, you just need to move it or angle it, or you can kind of slightly adjust your glasses, kind of a deal. See, look at this. Look at this. Don't be talking about my Android. My Android, how much stock do you own? How much stock do you own? Then we talking. Because I don't defend Apple like that. They pays me $0. But I do defend the access.
I still don't defend them.
Like that. Right. Shoot. Trump will still skin. Good golly gumdrops. Sorry. Yeah. Y'all not finna laugh at me.
I just say random weird things. You got to excuse me.
Right.
But I know what I'm talking about.
So I have to say I love well-designed content since I'm a teacher and a hard critic. Hey, you're going to be your hardest critic. That's all. Saying I commented on your Vlogmas video. Oh, gosh. Which one? Now I gotta check the comments. I done showed all these this Owens. He's a really good teacher. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shout out to Dr. Elo. Appreciate you, brother. Imposter Syndrome podcast was fire. Yeah, I did a podcast episode on that as well. 100%.
You know what's funny? Last year, this time, Markeith Braden, one of the dudes that's in our ECAM stuff, was the original ECAM Jedis. I did an Imposter Syndrome podcast with him like way back then. And ever since then, I've been hearing more and more people talk about it. And it's weird because I don't think I ever really heard people talk about it. I guess I was ignoring it, you know? But then, you know, Markeith asked me to come in and speak on it. And Dr. Rosecrans and stuff like that. And then now I keep hearing everybody talk about it. And I just want to say, like, you know, I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but you can't feed into it. Like,
I call BS.
If you feed into it, and I you know what, I'll take you call it BS because it's better if you do that. I think it's much better if you see it that way.
So, like, if you go to the videosimplifiedpodcast.com, then you'll see like episode 51 was 5 cures for dealing with imposter syndrome, and that was a Clubhouse conversation that we had, and then the BTS goes to the buy me a coffee, like the Q&A and stuff. I think I may have forgot to upload that one, so that's something good for me to do today. But yeah, you can go and you can listen to the actual podcast. But I was going through, it's like the difference is, it's like, it's one thing to have a disease, get diagnosed with something, right? It's something else when it's curable, but you refuse to cure it. And that's why I call BS on it, because it is addressable. And so most people, and so my thing was that most people are comfortable staying with the disease versus just getting the cure, because the disease has a good story. The disease has symptoms. The disease has a sad story attached to it. The disease has hear me out. The disease has all these different things. The cure has, you have no more excuses.
Like, you get it, Rich. See, Rich telling the truth too.
It's an episode 54 that was lit AF.
Teacher. This is gonna be funny, and I mean this, and I'm not trying to be hilarious. If you don't know what it is, don't even bother looking it up. Because if you look it up, this is why I say this. I ain't even trying to be funny.
I feel you. I know where you're going.
Jokes, and I'm cracking jokes. When those commercials started coming up on TV about these symptoms, if you got these symptoms, then you might have gotten sick for Herpolades or something. Like, you start listening to that stuff, and then you start manifesting symptoms that you don't necessarily have. So I wish I never learned about it, because once I learned about it, I started saying, oh, that's what it is. But prior to knowing about it, I never even thought about it, and I worked around it. You know what I'm saying? So if you really don't know, do not bother looking it up at all whatsoever. So yeah. Don't read Prim's comment either. Just say what it is. I'm like, don't read it, because I'm telling you, once you know what it is, you start manifesting the behaviors, and then you say, oh yeah, that's why. And the funny thing, marginalized people of color, females especially, you know, of any race, we have it more because we're constantly being told by the cis industries that we not enough. So we start behaving that way sometimes. That's basically what it is.
I mean, and so
even Albert Einstein, who famously had it, Albert Einstein was the foreigner. He was the other. So when he came to this country, the cis, even though he technically would be considered cis, he's not cis because he fled from Europe. So you're an other. So even he had it. And literally one of the smartest men to ever walk the face of the earth. Next to my grandpa, let him tell it.
Right. Everybody, grandpa, when I met your grandma, they ain't never think nobody with a lack like mine, you know. But coming around, I hit the block. I'm at her front porch, back of the lack, still coming around the corner, you know.
He had the lack too, dude. He has Sedan DeVille. Like, it was legit. Yeah, I grew up completely stretched out in the lack. Like, I got space.
Man, you fall asleep just sliding from one side to the other.
Oh, because we had the plastic covers back there, so you know you was sliding. You slam on the brakes, you hit the floor.
Okay.
Grandpa, watch the brakes. Sorry,
baby. Unless you had your cheek and it's in the summertime and that mug just stuck. It ain't going nowhere.
You gotta get out. You get to the store. You gotta lift a cheek, one cheek at a time,
Like,
because
you
you stuck
just-
to the
just-
back seat.
Just peeling yourself off the daggone. Then get out of the car and get back in their house, and it's still plastic on the furniture. So you still just go back to sleep and get,
Well,
your
I
mama
just
here,
tell you
baby.
what. Going to church on Sunday and you got your polyester pants and Graham hit the corner, and next thing you know, you behind the driver's seat. You just like, then he hit it back. He just like, so then sister be like, stop playing. You slide into me on purpose. I'm like, nah, that's all Grandpa.
I can't.
Right
Right.
there. I'm saying, like, yo, you got on the dress, you might be okay, but me, every time you hit a corner, I slide across that back seat. Like,
Right. That is how. That's it. You know, it's funny. Like we saying that because that is how when I was in high school, and it was a science class or something that we had, and I remember my teacher specifically said she was teaching about centrifugal force, and she said, and I was like, what is centrifugal force? I've never heard that before. And she was like, well, you know, when you in somebody's car and you like on the back seat and they hit a turn and you slide all the way over it. I'm like, yeah. And so you kind of swap stories like that. She's like, that's centrifugal force. And so it locked it into my brain from there on out. Because
that is so good. That is so good. You're on your way to church and Grandpa Dave hit that corner, and next thing you know, you hit the right door.
Okay.
Get back at it. And don't mess around and be getting a little neck sleep before church. And then you hit that window, pop. Ah!
Listen,
sorry, baby.
Now they mad because you didn't got grease on the windshield, and it's like it ain't my fault. It was centrifugal force.
I ain't gonna lie. I had Soul Glow. I had that. So you get the little
let your
activator.
soul glow.
Yo, I had the tight.
That's why it
tight
disappeared.
Jerry
Now that
curl.
mug then just fell on, kept on
Yo.
sliding on back. Now Doc trying to prevent the deacon's cut. If you don't know what the deacon's
cut. Yo, the deacon's cut is for show. That's why you just gotta keep it clean though.
First of
Get
all,
some Fulgence, get some shea butter.
what do they call that again? I'm trying to think of the official thing of the hair loss thing for men. It's like they only lose the hair like right here.
Propecia.
No, it's not. That's not. It's
Alopecia.
not. It's not alopecia. It's something else that I was specifically thinking of. It's like something male
called
pattern
50.
baldness or something. Baldness.
Yeah, male pattern baldness. I
Yeah.
was just ask me and Rich. It's called 50.
It's called 50. So look.
Not to be confused with Curtis Jackson.
So let me show y'all. This is like we were in our Facebook group, the Let's Get Live group. And so is this haircut right here that like by the time, like I remember specifically growing up in church. And so by the time they get here, where it's only hair on the sides, like I remember specifically asking my dad, I said, Dad, why all the deacons got the same haircut? And he said, he said, what you mean? I said, all the deacons got that same haircut. They only got hair on the side and in the back. He's like, and they kind of disappear and get thin. Or what? He's like, shut up, be quiet. We in church. But I'm like, but Dad, I'm like, why you don't have a deacon's haircut? And he's like, ain't no haircut. Shut up. So we get in the car finally after church, and I'm like, I don't understand. I'm trying to just say time and a place for everything, and I just figured it was a relevant question. This kind of kid I was. So we finally get in the car. And my daddy was like, listen, you can't say stuff like that out loud because, you know, kids don't know how to whisper. So, it's when one of them walked past, and I can't remember what this guy's name is, something or whatever. And it was Deacon such and such. I don't know. And so,
Deacon Pelzer.
Right. Keith Pelzer. Deacon Keith Pelzer. And so, it's like, you know, going around, it's time for the meet and greet, or it's time for the offering or whatever other stuff. And then at the end, you go shake everybody's hand, whatever stuff. And I'm just like, same haircut. And so my daddy was like, listen, they don't have the same haircut. They're going bald, and that's all the hair that they have left. And I'm like, but Dad, it's the exact same haircut. Like, I don't get, they all only have hair here. It's a little line across the back, and then ain't nothing in the back. He says, it's not a haircut, though. And I just didn't believe him. I'm like, you don't want me to know something. And I'm like, it's the deacon's cut. And that's what I remember it.
Yo, I think
Listen,
both of us were in tag program, Ignited teacher. I damn sure I was the same way. I need to know the
gifted
answer
and
to
talented.
everything.
I tested.
Everything.
It was like 1 or 2 points or something like that. My mama said from testing in the gifting program or whatever. I don't know what it was that I missed. I do remember the test when I was little because I thought it was dumb. And they read your story like little Johnny's walking down the street, and if little Johnny saw a dog that barked, and it's just like, and so they wanted you to explain like what's stuff that lets them know that you understand what context clues is, and you know, nouns, pronouns, verbs, like the proper usage of a word, and like all of that stuff. And so I remember talking to the principal. I'm like, this is a dumb test. I'm like, we missing Power Rangers for this, and I'm like, Sesame Street comes on because I wasn't in school yet. And I'm like, I'm missing it for this. Like, I distinctly remember being upset because ain't nobody taping it. We didn't have VHS tapes players back then like that or whatever. And so I'm like, I missed my show. Like, this sucks, you know? And so, but I wind up testing like 1 or 2 points from being gifted, but they let me start school a year early though. Since I did take the test or whatever, it's like, well, I'm ready. She's like, can you count to 10? I was like, I can count to 100. How fast do you want me to go? She's like, can you write your name? I was like, I can write my name in cursive. We want me to include the middle name, the middle initial, or just whatever.
Because our birthdays are right at the beginning of the school year. So both of us got in a year early. And that's what it was, took the test. And at first they thought I was special ed because I was bad in preschool. But one of the teachers was like, I don't think it's an intelligence thing. I think we're not flexing his brain hard enough. So he got idle hands. And of course, my grandmother, she took that straight to church, started praying, you know, whatever. And then my mom luckily listened to the teacher. And then my grandma was like, I think don't listen to that hippie lady. She don't know, blah, 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 blah. And like they was trying to give me medicine and everything because I was quote unquote hyper. Back when we were growing up, there's no such thing as ADHD. You were just hyper.
Exactly.
You were bad. So when I had a hippie teacher in preschool that figured out I just wasn't being flexed hard enough. So they started pushing my brain. I would sit there, content blocks, erector set, like building all kind of stuff, no instructions. And they were like, oh yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that kid. You know, he not touched, you know, as they used to say.
Exactly. It's like,
he's not touched. He's talented. Y'all just ain't flexing his brain fast enough.
And that was the thing.
Immediately changed everything, bro. That
100%. It was, I was so out of it when it came to school. It was just the idea that, like, I remember when they said, like, the first day to school, to start school, they would let me go ahead and start on one specific day. I was, like, late. And they was like, oh, you need a slip, a tardy slip or something. And I was instantly embarrassed. Like, I was ashamed. I was just like, oh, my gosh. You got to wear a slip. Because to me, for us going to church as a kid, was like the little thing that you put underneath your dress so you can't see through or whatever. So I thought I had to wear, like, this shaming slip that said, like, tardy or something. Like, I remember all of these thoughts. It was going from the one building that was closer to the street through the little walkway till you get to the central building. And I was just like, man, I'm going to come out this office with a whole slip on all day long. These kids I don't even know going to make fun of me. But I only wound up having to go to school half a day, even when I did start kindergarten. I only had to go half of the day, and that was later in the day. So I don't know what they were doing or whatever. So I would go to daycare during the day. And then I would go, which was hellish. I wound up having to leave there because the people was crazy. And like I wound up staying with neighbors during the morning. And then I would go to school the rest of the half of the day. So like even kindergarten, I only went to school half of the day. But it's funny that the Ignited teacher is saying you were gifted, saying those tests were biased. And that's interesting, like when we think about how we've grown up.
I didn't know that till I got older and you hear about the stories, but we didn't know. Yeah. Those tests was jacked up.
Yeah. Said now I'm gonna have to look and pay attention. And by the way, I'm a deacon and I do.
That's what I was laughing at. He's like, I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to go look at the other deacons though. That just cracked me up, bro.
Listen, hey, all I know is all the deacons at the church we went to had the same haircut. Okay, like I promise you, I thought it was like initiation thing. I'm like, because I was like into all the nerdy stuff. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, some religions, or, you know, I'm like, they have like the little cap that they would wear. I just would identify certain stuff. And I'm like, maybe that's what we do at our church. So I'm like, hey, Dad, again, kid, it's like, you're supposed to be quiet in church and all that, whatever. And this is a smaller church. So they ain't no big church where it's just going to fall through that. Like, it's like, no, they hear you. And so that, well, the man got the same thing. It's like, shut up. But why they ain't got no hair at the top? But I'm like, I'm like, okay. So.
Child, do not speak on that out here in these streets.
Was
That's
that?
super. They'll just say, they'll be like, child, do not speak on that out here in these streets.
Listen, for real.
I'm laughing at Ignited teacher talking about grandma took it to the altar.
100%. Like, listen.
Hey, that was the thing where I'm from, bro.
Volunteer on career day. That's actually a good idea. I hadn't thought about like going back. I used to go back to my old high school, but it was like a huge issue. Like the school that I went to, eventually wind up getting unaccredited, and so they were busing them out to other school districts. They was like 30-40 minutes. It was like this huge big deal or whatever. But I went to one of the schools where it was considered a dangerous high school. One of like, because I remember, I think it was one of the live streams I did, I pulled it up or something like that. I think it could have been in the group where I was like, it was listed as one of the most dangerous schools and blah blah blah. So all these negatives. And like I remember I would meet people when I worked. They'd be like, what high school you go to? And I'd tell them, they were like, you don't seem like it, or you don't act like it. I'm like, well, what did you expect? I'm like, and then too, we know the narrative that kind of gets shifted around things that happen. Not that they don't happen, but just kind of how the view is of like the overall, how you looked at if you live in a certain neighborhood, if you go to a certain school. So I technically went to one of the badder or worse schools.
That's why it's important that we're doing what we're doing right now. Because we are proof positive that with all of the things that was against us, all of the things that was said about us, all of the things that helped create stuff like imposter syndrome, we're out here doing it. And I think that was, Ignited Teacher's point.
Facts.
Because the other one, I think we get a lot too. It's like, oh, my kids just do nothing but sit around and watch YouTube all day or whatever. I was like, cool, you should foster that and teach them how to create videos.
Facts.
Like, what? YouTube's bad for you. I go, okay. YouTube. I mean, when I be on vacation in Japan, you'd be like, "Oh, how'd you get there?" I'm like, YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people got to stop with listening to the. I can't even. I get caught up because I'm trying so hard right now.
I got the chills, man.
My niece is you. Like Emma, when she grown folks, is going to be just like you. She got all the questions right now. She's a Virgo. She wants to know everything. You can't give her a like one of those shut up type answers. You know what I mean? Why you just answer real quick, but you don't go into detail,
right? Because
you'd be like, no, I need to understand deeper. Like, what are you saying? Like, so if the ancient Mesopotamians did this, then how come in the book it's written like this? And Constantinople is now what they call Istanbul. And I mean, like, she would bust you out, and then you'd be like, "Oh, I was just trying to give you that she must be 11 answer."
Right?
She ain't 11.
Don't matter.
She's 111.
Exactly.
And she will put you. If you try to give her one of those little salty answers, she will break you. She's like, "No, hold up, I need to know this." And like, I think that people not seeing that light in their kids at the time because it's easier to safer to systematically give them an answer or something that's what everyone else is doing or what idiot magazines like Cosmo tell you to do. You are creating another automaton. But, and I think another thing all parents do, when they don't know the subject matter, rather than go look into it for themselves, it's easier to take the advice again from your Cosmos or your Mary Claire's or whatever that's saying the internet is ruining children's life. Right now, if you happen to be someone in your family that's a creator, then they can come and say, yeah, YouTube is straight effed up. However, there's a little corner that belongs to us that we take care of, and it's polished and it's green. We are the suburbs of YouTube, if you want to give it a name, right? We got the fence, we got, nice lawns, we all take care of each other, we learn and do, corner phrase, Miss Diana Gladney. We grow, we teach each other things, whatever. Like there is even if only that 20% is legit, that 20% is massive. because you consider there's billions of folks out here. So you can ignore all of the trash. Even where we live, down the street gets a little bit special. But why would you do that to your kid about YouTube when you live in a place that you could just drive a little bit and it's not the same place?
Right.
Why is the virtual place going to be any different? People say that about Clubhouse. Oh, Clubhouse is raunchy and da-da-da. Why, yes, it is, but not in my suburbs.
Right.
We got the Clubhouse in the burbs, in the gated community, in the Mar-a-Lago, whatever you want to be, where we come in and people talk business and we handle things. Right. So like, I just don't, I wish people would stop that, stop using that excuse because they don't know. Again, like when we first gave her the iPad, like she don't know how to use iPad. I know you don't know how to use iPad. She doesn't know that she doesn't know. So we're not going to tell her. We're going to tell her that she's good at it. And to this day, she's very good with her iOS devices.
That's the thing is, it's like, and I think a lot of that universally was, I remember, thankfully, my mom would have those little bitty cassette discs that would go into the personal recorders. And so when she would go to meetings and she got involved in personal development stuff, she would record the talks and she would buy tapes, the legit little cassette tapes. And even the bigger ones.
Mini joints.
Right, exactly. She would buy the whole cassette set of tapes, no matter how much they would cost or whatever. And so you would hear that a little bit in the background. She then invested in, you know what I'm saying, the mug where you can push. I still remember exactly what it looked like to this day. And she'd be like, hit play on that thing. And she turned it up as loud as it would go. And then eventually you got the little speakers that were like $20, $30 or whatever. Maybe they were $50 or $100 when they first came out. And you could just plug that in, like the computer speakers were more accessible. And so you plugged in, you hear it, and it's just like, you hear personal development. So when my mom would be getting dressed or getting ready for the day, we heard personal development resonating through the house. So even subconsciously, you're picking certain things up. And so if I had a question or if I wanted to know something, you had them blue encyclopedias, you go downstairs and you go and you research and you look it up. And then you come back and tell me what you found and we'll adjust from there. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the Ignited Teacher. Shout out to the super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So yeah, it's just the idea. It's so many things that go into. I
still have my first Les Brown tape. It probably don't play no more. It's probably all stuck together. But I just
gotta be hungry.
Thank you. That thing that might have been what the piece was, and that's where I got that. Do not go where the path may lead, but go where there's no path and leave a trail.
Thanks.
That was Les Brown, and I got that handed to me at like 16, 17 years old as a cassette. And I've been like, Leslie Brown, that's my man to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Facts.
Super crazy.
Facts.
All right,
well, we've been rolling.
I'm saying before we hit the tag and then everybody be clowning again.
Right. We close to the 5-hour energy, but we ain't gonna go there. So
not today, Susan.
Not today. So I said it wasn't gonna be no 5-hour energy stream, but this was
it was good. It's good, and I hopefully everybody was able to peel something out of it. And like I just know, man, we got fire content creators out there. We're gonna keep it moving.
Facts, 100%. So it's my Clubhouse tunes. If y'all ever been in a Clubhouse room with me, we rock it out. So I feel I kind of just feel this vibe today. All right, if y'all enjoyed the live stream. No matter what rocked with you the most, make sure you subscribe to the channel, share it with a friend that shares it with a friend that shares it with a friend. Because what we need is more of this and less of the other stuff. So I hope that even though we trailed out of the YouTube stuff and went into the personal development and just life in general, it's all applicable to all things. So hopefully you got a lot of value out of it. Follow my brother Doc Rock, DOCROCK, on YouTube and all your social platforms. Brother Doc, thanks for coming by. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. It was good. Thank you, Sylvia and Andrew. Love you guys.
Love you guys too. Peace.